Chapter 4:18. After passing through the stone platform, the profound thunder in the sky was even more violent. It was unknown when an extremely terrifying bombardment would descend as it surged secretly. Besides the top of his head, Yen Chu-tian could vaguely feel that even the lake under his feet was different from before. Yen Chu-tian had been walking on the waves, but this did not mean that he had not explored the lake under his feet. In fact, when he had just entered, he had carefully scanned the lake. However, the result of that inspection was that there was nothing unusual in the lake. It was just that it was no longer possible under the soles of his feet. The calm surface of the lake was gently rolling, although its appearance was no different from what he had seen before. However, he could easily feel that the bottom of the lake was unfathomable. However, Lu Xuezhu had already said something, so Yen Chu-tian did not say anything. He continued to follow the former, carefully walking on the wave. Not long after, the beautiful figure leading the way in front finally stopped. Then, she turned her beautiful face, which was already filled with solemnity, and pointed her jade hand at the water under her feet. "The Thunder Eye is below." "The Thunder Eye is under the water?" Hearing this, Yen Chu-tian suddenly exclaimed. Although he had already noticed the strange changes in the lake, he had not thought that the Thunder Eye was in the lake. However, looking at Lu Xuezhu's solemn expression, he knew that the former was not lying. Therefore, after slightly adjusting his expression, he spoke again. "Then, are you going to wait for me here, or—" "I will wait at the entrance of the Thunder Eye," Lu Xuezhu said softly. Then, she did not look at Yen Chu-tian anymore. Her jade foot lightly tapped on the ground, and a layer of mysterious power slowly appeared. Under the protection of this power, she dived into the water. Lu Xuezhu had already led the way, so how could Yen Chu-tian not follow? He immediately circulated his spiritual energy and dived into the lake. When he really dived into the lake, Yen Chu-tian was sure that his previous feeling was not wrong. Under the seemingly calm surface of the lake, it was no longer easy to see through everything. As far as the eye could see, it was pitch black and inexplicable. Even if Yen Chu-tian opened his spiritual eye, the range that he could detect was very limited. This naturally caused Yen Chu-tian, who was already cautious, to raise his guard to 120%. After diving for about 1,000 feet, Yen Chu-tian finally saw a huge, wide hole at the bottom of the lake. However, it was different from the usual huge black hole at the bottom of the lake. From time to time, there would be dazzling white lights flashing in the huge hole, filling the air with an extremely terrifying aura. Those were all the purest profound lightning energy. Come to think of it, this was the lightning eye that Lu Xuezhu had mentioned. Soon after, Lu Xuezhu brought Yen Chu-tian out of the spirit well. In this place, Yen Chu-tian could more clearly feel just how vigorous and violent the profound thunder energy in the giant cave was. It was no wonder that even Lu Xuezhu, who was at the 4th level of Yuanying, was blasted out by the power of the profound thunder and even fainted. However, it was also strange that no matter how violent the profound thunder in the lightning eye was, it would not leak out at all. If the entrance of the lightning eye was set up with an isolation array, it would be understandable. However, this entrance was clearly empty and there were no traces of an array. This is the lightning eye. When I took the risk to enter, I saw a soul-molding spring growing on the wall about 100 feet below the entrance. Yes. Hearing this, Yen Chu-tian nodded slightly. Seeing his calm appearance, Lu Xuezhu finally could not suppress it and immediately said, "The profound thunder energy in the lightning eye is extremely powerful. Even I, who is at the 4th level of Yuanying, find it hard to resist. If not for the jade talisman that Master gave me, I would be doomed." "So, what is Fairy Luyan trying to say? So, can you really resist the profound thunder? If you can't, don't go down and die for nothing." Lu Xuezhu finally gritted her teeth and said. Even though she really wanted to obtain the soul molding spring, she did not want to see Yen Chu-tian die like this. However, she did not expect that her words would cause the other party to look at her and smile faintly. "You have always been so contradictory." Hearing Yan Chutian's words, Lu Xuezhu could not help but feel a sense of absurdity in her heart. This was because the former's tone seemed to treat her like a child. However, she was clearly a disciple of the Sky Incense Valley, with a cultivation of the 4th level of Yuanying. How could a rogue cultivator like him use such a tone and say such words? However, before she could adjust her attitude and say anything, she saw the figure in front of her leap and rush into the glittering lightning eye. Looking at the former's back, Lu Xuezhu's originally complicated thoughts suddenly calmed down. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Damn the lightning eye. Is it specially designed to counter my spirit puppet sex puppets? Outside the lightning eye, a man in green robes looked at the lightning eye in front of him and then looked at his broken beast puppet. His heart was extremely irritable. The lightning eye's mysterious lightning eye was too terrifying. His beast puppet could not hold on for long. Even if he took out a stronger puppet, it would not be much different. Therefore, he quickly retreated. Although he did retreat, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he had only gone in and out in a short period of time. Therefore, even if there were no mocking laughter, this spirit puppet sect disciple felt extremely humiliated. However, just as he was about to lose his temper and leave, he inadvertently saw a young girl sitting cross-legged outside the lightning eye. This spirit puppet sect disciple had seen many beautiful women and thought that he had some resistance to women. However, the moment he laid eyes on this young girl, his heart began to stir. He did not even want to refine such a beautiful young girl into a living puppet. Instead, he wanted to keep her in captivity and make her his exclusive property, enjoying her every night. At this point, this spirit puppet sect disciple could no longer suppress the desire in his heart. Immediately, he strode towards the young girl. And this young girl sitting cross-legged outside the lightning eye, other than Cher, who else could it be? Boom! Amidst an ear-piercing explosion, a figure miserably tumbled out and smashed into the wall. He seemed to be embedded in the wall, leaving a faint mark. Yan Chutian glanced at the mysterious lightning eye that had blasted him away, and could not help but feel even more solemn in his heart. The mysterious lightning eye was simply too powerful. It seemed that even his grade 3 mysterious yang body was somewhat unable to withstand it. Moreover, the power that had blasted him was enough to send him flying, making it difficult for him to advance much further. Therefore, even if it was only a distance of 10 feet, it was still an extremely difficult task for him. However, he had still promised that woman. From the looks of it, she wanted to save someone. Since she did not hesitate to put herself in danger, one could imagine how important the person she wanted to save was to her. Therefore, how could he disappoint her? Moreover, this lightning eye should be the place with the deepest treasures in the entire heavenly mountain. Would there be a natural wonder here? Various circumstances caused Yan Chutian to grit his teeth and once again charge towards the dazzling mysterious lightning. No matter what, he had to charge over. Outside the lightning eye, even though Yan Chutian had not stepped too far, the dense mysterious lightning had already isolated all senses and sight. This caused Lu Xuezhu to anxiously wait at the side, not knowing what to do. While waiting, Lu Xuezhu had already silently taken note of the time. Perhaps charging into the lightning eye and not being blasted out immediately was a kind of success. However, if one stayed in the lightning eye for too long, this kind of success could turn into a failure. That was because the dense mysterious lightning eye could directly turn a person into a pile of ashes. If one turned into ashes, how could there be a chance to be blasted out? Boom boom! Suddenly, a huge rumbling sound continuously resounded. Even though she was outside the lightning eye, Lu Xuezhu could clearly feel the shocking fluctuations within the lightning eye. However, before Lu Xuezhu could think of anything, the shocking fluctuations quickly calmed down. Following that, there was not even the slightest trace of movement, turning into the same calm as before. If the calmness lasted for a moment, it would be fine. However, this calmness lasted for a long time, until Lu Xuezhu thought of a certain bad situation in her heart. The calmness lasted for a long time. Finally, Lu Xuezhu could not suppress the thoughts in her heart. She immediately flashed and charged into the lightning eye. However, just as he was about to make his move, a figure suddenly broke through the layers of water and flew over. The figure gradually approached, and Lu Xuezhu also recognized his identity. Tianyun Clan, Zhou Jian. Chapter 419. Zhou Jian's appearance was very simple. He had entered the Thunder Lock long ago, and as he continued to explore, he finally vaguely sensed the fluctuations here. When he saw Lu Xuezhu's figure in the distance, how could he hesitate? He immediately rushed over. Looking at Lu Xuezhu, who was right in front of him, a look of joy appeared on Zhou Jian's handsome face. Ever since he entered Sky Mountain, he had been separated from her. Now that more than half a month had passed, he finally found the woman he had been thinking about day and night. However, Zhou Jian's perception was sensitive, and naturally, he did not miss the huge cave at the bottom of the lake behind Lu Xuezhu. Just by slightly probing with his perception, he was able to feel what kind of berserk profound lightning energy was contained within this giant cave. Even if he thought that he had his own unique way of dealing with the power of the Black Thunder, no matter how unique, he could not predict what would happen if he entered this huge cave. However, looking at Lu Xuezhu's appearance just now, she actually wanted to rush in? Zhou Jian knew Lu Xuezhu too well. He knew that Lu Xuezhu entered Sky Mountain to search for treasures that could repair the damage to her master's primordial spirit. Therefore, after some thought, he understood that there was likely to be such a heavenly treasure within this huge cave. In that case, the opportunity he had been looking forward to was already right in front of him. So its senior brother Zhou Jian. Seeing Zhou Jian's arrival, Lu Xuezhu had already stopped thinking about entering the Thunder Eye. Just now, she was confused because of her concern, but Zhou Jian's appearance made her return to normal. She knew that even if she entered the Thunder Eye now, she would not be able to help Yan Chutian at all. The result would most likely be the same as before, being directly bombarded by the dense black thunder, or even fainting. She would also faint, but Lu Xuezhu did not dare to faint in front of Zhou Jian. This was because she knew what kind of thoughts this man had towards her. If she fell into his hands while unconscious, God knew what crazy things this Tianyun clan's pride, who had always been awe-inspiring on the surface, would do secretly. Junior sister Xuezhu, why are you here? Hearing this, Zhou Jian answered gently. At this time, he had already made up his mind. He did want to perform in front of this woman and capture her heart. However, this performance was under the condition that he could ensure his own safety. And this lightning eye was clearly beyond the safe range that he could control. Zhou Jian was clear about Lu Xuezhu's situation, and Lu Xuezhu more or less knew about his character. Therefore, she didn't expect him to enter the Thunder Eye for her. She only stared at the entrance of the Thunder Eye, hoping that the thin figure would suddenly appear. Even now, even she felt that the possibility was not high. At the same time, in the depths of the lightning eye, Yan Chutian's situation was indeed extremely bad. Just as he was about to touch the soul-molding spring that Lu Xuezhu had mentioned, a lightning snake-like creature suddenly leaped out from the darkness. Its enormous tail wrapped tightly around its entire body. Layers upon layers of incomparably dense, profound lightning energy continuously surged forth. If not for the fact that Yan Chutian possessed a third-grade mysterious yang body, the mysterious lightning force would have directly turned him into nothingness. Even if he possessed a grade 3 mysterious yang body, the dense mysterious lightning energy had already surpassed the limits of his physical body. Dark red blood continuously seeped out of every part of his fair and strong body. Hiss! After an ear-piercing sound, The skin of a certain part of Yan Chutian's right arm was directly torn apart. Not only did large amounts of blood continuously flow out of the wound like a spring, but it was also faintly visible that there were silver arcs of lightning jumping between his flesh. Damn it! This situation caused Yan Chutian to involuntarily curse in a low voice. He was indeed too optimistic. Even Lu Xuezhu would find it difficult to resist the mysterious lightning energy within the Thunder Eye. Even if his mysterious yang body was extremely special and had a suppressive effect on the mysterious lightning energy, his cultivation and strength were ultimately too weak. Therefore, when the mysterious lightning energy reached a certain level, it could still cause injuries to him, just like now. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Yan Chutian was also clear that even if he was given another chance to choose, he would still not be able to resist and enter this place. Now that he had already entered, he could only use all his strength to resist. Mysterious Yang Qi. Clenching his teeth, Yan Chutian suddenly let out a low shout. In an instant, the dense mysterious Yang Qi that was hidden deep within his body all surged into his body. The mysterious Yang body came from the mysterious Yang Qi, and under the nourishment of the mysterious Yang Qi, even if it could not quickly heal the wounds, it would greatly reduce the pain. At this moment, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate any longer. When he suddenly opened his eyes, the mysterious yang energy around his body surged and continuously fused with the unknown life form that was entangling him. A moment later, the mysterious yang energy exploded. Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the life form that was entangling him had been heavily injured by his mysterious yang energy and had directly released him. However, this lightning snake-like creature came and went quickly. After being injured, Yan Chutian did not even have time to look at it before it turned into a ray of silver light and quickly disappeared into the depths of the Thunder Eye. Finally breaking free from the restraints, Yan Chutian felt a great sense of relief. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim in surprise that there were actually living creatures living in this berserk Thunder Eye. It could only be called the uncanny workmanship of nature. There would always be some strange living creatures living in the worst places. After that, Yan Chutian did not have the slightest hesitation. He raised his hand and took the soul-molding spring that had taken root in the side wall into his hand. With the soul-molding spring in his hand, it could be said that he had completed the task of helping Lu Xuezhu. Therefore, the next thing to do was to busy himself with his own matters. With this thought, Yan Chutian's eyes could not help but look towards the depths of the Thunder Eye. However, it was pitch black there. Even if there were flashes of lightning from time to time, he could not see anything clearly. As for his spiritual eye, it was greatly restricted outside the Thunder Eye, not to mention here. And in such a place, would there be natural oddities? Yan Chutian did not have much time to think. At this moment, he was constantly consuming the mysterious Yang Qi in his body. If there was no mysterious Yang Qi to replenish it, he was afraid that even with the mysterious Yang body, he would not be able to move an inch here. Therefore, in almost an instant, Yan Chutian made a decision. He lightly stepped on the cliff with his right foot and immediately swam towards the depths of the Thunder Eye. No matter how dangerous this Thunder Eye was, no matter how many unknown and strange things there were, for Qiuyu, he would not shirk his duty. Boom boom! The deeper he went, the more clearly Yan Chutian could feel how violent the mysterious thunder force that invaded his body was. So much so that his injuries, which had been stabilized by the influx of mysterious Yang Qi, once again erupted. Traces of blood continuously seeped out from his tattered clothes, dyeing the surrounding water red. After diving for nearly 10 feet, Yan Chutian finally slowed down when he felt the limit of the mysterious Yang Qi's supply. However, looking around, other than the same appearance as before, where was the natural oddities? Helpless, Yan Chutian could only sigh. His expectations were too high. How could natural oddities be so easy to find? Therefore, in the next moment, Yen Chutian turned around and swam towards the outside of the Thunder Eye. The limit of the Thunder Eye that Yen Chutian could enter was around 200 feet. Therefore, he didn't know that after 1,000 feet, the bottomless Thunder Eye finally saw traces of the bottom. And in this Thunder Eye there were no natural oddities. There was only a huge rock, and on top of the huge rock, there was a skeleton bound by an ancient pitch-black chain. The skeleton was silent, as if it had already died and was slowly decaying. However, accompanied by a scarlet aura, it gradually fell to the bottom of the Thunder Eye. The originally silent skeleton began to shake violently in the next moment. It was as if the skeleton was still alive and wanted to break free from the shackles of the chains and the huge rock. However, as the skeleton trembled, an incomparably dazzling lightning glow appeared on the originally simple pitch-black chains. That was the purest mysterious thunder force. Not to mention a strand, even a strand was enough to kill Yen Chutian tens of thousands of times. Under the binding of the chains that were filled with such pure mysterious thunder force, the trembling skeleton finally gradually calmed down and stopped moving. However, even though it was no longer moving, anyone would be able to sense just how much resentment and unwillingness was lingering on this skeleton. Chapter 420. When Yen Chutian swam out of the Thunder Eye, he was shocked to find that there was another figure beside Lu Xuezhu. Who else could this figure be other than Zhou Jian, the pride of the Tianyan clan? However, compared to Yen Chutian's shock, Lu Xuezhu and Zhou Jian's hearts were obviously more shocked. Especially Zhou Jian, who did not dare to step into the giant hole filled with the power of black thunder. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out. How could he not be shocked? Not to mention, when he felt that this figure's cultivation was only at the 7th level of elixir, the shock in his heart was even more magnificent. A primal core 7th level Xiuzhe had actually stepped into that enormous cave filled with profound lightning, and had returned safely, without even looking like he was heavily injured. Could it be that the power of black thunder contained in the giant hole of the spiritual lake only felt terrifying, but in reality, it was not that powerful at all? Shocked, Zhou Jian subconsciously took a step forward, wanting to stop Yen Chutian, who rushed out of the Thunder Eye. However, just as he made a slight move, he suddenly realized that Lu Xuezhu had also made a move. Her reaction seemed to be that she had noticed his intention and blocked him directly between him and that cultivator. Xuezhu Yu, Zhou Jian could not come back to his senses, his face full of confusion. However, his face quickly darkened, because he saw that the ant in his eyes was approaching Lu Xuezhu, but Lu Xuezhu did not even look at him. Zhou Jian understood that it was impossible that Lu Xuezhu did not sense the elixir cultivator's actions. It could only be said that the two had known each other for a long time. However, how did Lu Xuezhu know an elixir weakling, and for this weakling, she actually fought with him without any explanation? What was the relationship between this weakling and her? However, no matter what Zhou Jian's reaction was, Lu Xuezhu would not care. Moreover, she did not have the time to care. Yen Chutian really returned safely from the Thunder Eye. Apart from the fact that she was shocked, the more important thing was of course the soul-shaping spring. Lu Xuezhu's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yen Chutian. Perhaps she looked frank, but in Zhou Jian's eyes, it was extremely ambiguous. In his opinion, this woman was worried about the injury of that weakling. In an instant, the anger in his heart could not be stopped, and his face became extremely gloomy. He had long regarded Lu Xuezhu as his exclusive property, and no one could touch her, but now his woman was being ambiguous with a weakling in front of him. He simply wished that he could smash that ant into pieces with a single palm. Lu Xuezhu did not care about Zhou Jian's reaction, but it was impossible that Yen Chutian did not notice. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he directly took out a jade box and handed it over to the former, who had an expectant expression. Fairy Lu Yun, fortunately, I did not. Before she finished speaking, Lu Xuezhu's beautiful face was already replaced by a thick sense of surprise. The soul-shaping spring was too important to her, so she first put the jade box into the storage space, and then carefully opened the jade box in the storage space. The moment the jade box was opened, a rich fragrance spread out. Even if it was just a slight perception, Lu Xuezhu could feel the greed of her own soul. Combined with the fact that the elixir in front of her was exactly the same as described, how could she still doubt that this was the soul-shaping spring she had been searching for? Without any explanation, Lu Xuezhu quickly closed the jade box and put it in the deepest part of the storage space, carefully protecting it. The soul-shaping spring was related to the life and death of her master, so it could not be lost. After putting away the soul-shaping spring, Lu Xuezhu raised her beautiful face and looked at Yan Chutian with gratitude. It was only at this moment that she sensed the cold aura coming from Zhou Jian. Lu Xuezhu suddenly came back to her senses. Perhaps because of her, Zhou Jian already hated Yan Chutian. Lu Xuezhu felt even more helpless in this regard. She had already made it clear that she had no interest in pursuing Zhou Jian, but the other party was always in hot pursuit. Moreover, his attitude revealed that he was determined to win, which was extremely thick, so thick that it made her feel disgusted. However, even if she was helpless, Lu Xuezhu would not ignore it. "You can follow me for the rest of the time in Sky Mountain. With me around, Zhou Jian will not dare to make a move." As she whispered, Lu Xuezhu's words finally revealed a touch of confidence. Although she could not do anything about the mystic thunder power in the Thunder Eye, she was very attractive to the disciples of other forces. Even if Zhou Jian was the top talent of the Tianyun clan, and his cultivation was similar to hers, she still had enough confidence and was not afraid. Feeling the attitude revealed in Lu Xuezhu's words, Yan Chutian could not help but feel a little emotional. Thinking back, this woman was just a little girl in his eyes, and she needed his help. However, it seemed that in the blink of an eye, it was his turn to need her protection. Even though he was emotional, Yan Chutian nodded gently and agreed. He could feel the murderous aura that Zhou Jian exuded towards him. If he did not have Lu Xuezhu's protection, and Zhou Jian wanted to kill him, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. After all, the difference in cultivation between him and Zhou Jian was too great. One was only at the 7th level of elixir, while the other had not only stepped into the yuanying stage, but was also at the 4th level of yuanying. Yan Chutian's agreement was within Lu Xuezhu's expectations. The smart thing to do was to act according to one's ability. At this time, if he still said that he did not need to be protected as a man, she would think that he was stupid. Seeing the two of them whispering to each other, Zhou Jian suppressed the anger in his heart with great difficulty. However, he did not expect that before he could say anything, Lu Xuezhu and the elixir weakling went to the surface of the lake together. If it was any other time, it would have been fine. It was not like Zhou Jian had not been treated like this by Lu Xuezhu before. However, at this time, Lu Xuezhu had an elixir weakling by her side. This made Zhou Jian feel as if he had been cuckolded. Lu Xuezhu had completely ignored his painstaking pursuit. In the blink of an eye, she was hanging out with an inexplicable weakling. Damn it! Zhou Jian's eyes were bloodshot as he watched the two of them leave. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. However, there was nothing he could do because he knew that he was not necessarily Lu Xuezhu's match. Hence, he could only suppress his anger and quickly follow the two of them. Zhou Jian's thoughts were very simple. No matter what the relationship between the weakling and Lu Xuezhu was, as long as he separated from Lu Xuezhu, he would immediately kill him and nip everything in the bud. However, what happened next made him dumbfounded. The weakling did not show any signs of separating from Lu Xuezhu. They broke through the surface of the lake and traveled above the lightning lake, following closely behind. This made Zhou Jian unable to find any opportunity. At the same time, his face became more and more ugly. Could it be that Lu Xuezhu was really related to this weakling? Otherwise, how could they be so close? Following closely behind Lu Xuezhu, Yan Chutian glanced at Zhou Jian with his spiritual eye. After sensing the latter's angry but helpless aura, he could not help but smile faintly. This guy really thinks that I'm related to Lu Xuezhu. I'm just flying together with her, and he has such a reaction. If I were to hold her hand or hug her, wouldn't that be terrible? Thinking of this, Yan Chutian could not help but secretly look at the beautiful figure flying beside him. That willowy waist that could not be grasped with a single arm looked extremely alluring. However, Yan Chutian thought that he had restrained his gaze very well. Little did he know that women were extremely sensitive to this kind of gaze. Sensing this, Lu Xuezhu's heart was filled with an indescribable anger. Instead, her delicate face under the veil blushed slightly. At the same time, she also remembered that she thought that Yan Chutian wanted to reward her. Lu Xuezhu's emotions were extremely unstable. Even the surging aura around her rippled. After a while, she finally calmed down. After calming down for a while, she said solemnly, "If you are willing, I can recommend you to enter Sky Incense Valley. You can directly become my master's disciple and become my junior. With your contribution in retrieving the soul sculpting spring, when my master recovers, he will definitely nurture you with all his might. In the future, you may be able to stand at the same height as me." Although it was a simple sentence, Lu Xuezhu believed that it was extremely tempting to any rogue cultivator. The rogue cultivators who entered Sky Mountain did not do so to obtain heavenly treasures in exchange for the opportunity to join a powerful force. And she directly gave this opportunity to him, and let him become her master's disciple, which also meant that he was her junior. This opportunity was much more precious than the former. Chapter 421. Hearing this, Yan Chutian understood that the person Lu Xuezhu was looking for in the soul sculpting spring to save was her master. But even so, he couldn't join the Sky Incense Valley. After all, he wasn't a rogue cultivator like those outside. So Yan Chutian's next answer was destined to shock Lu Xuezhu. And as expected, when Yan Chutian expressed his rejection, Lu Xuezhu's delicate face, which was covered by a thin veil, immediately showed a look of astonishment. She even suspected that she had misheard him. He actually rejected the opportunity to join the Sky Incense Valley and directly become her junior brother. Didn't he know how precious this opportunity was? In fact, Lu Xuezhu had guessed correctly. Yan Chutian indeed didn't know how precious this opportunity was. But even if he knew, his reaction would still be the same. Since he rejected, Lu Xuezhu didn't say anything more. She then fell silent, thinking about something in her heart. Lu Xuezhu didn't say anything, and neither did Yan Chutian. He quietly followed beside her, and together, they continued to move towards the edge of the Thunder Lake. As the two of them moved, there were still Xian bombs falling from the sky. But this time, Lu Xuezhu didn't let Yan Chutian block them. Instead, she blocked the Xian bombs that were aimed at him. Yan Chutian didn't care about this. After all, he didn't need to absorb the power of the Xian bombs now. His 4 elements shattered star marks had been completely cultivated. Behind the two of them, the genius of the Tianyun clan, Zhou Jian, was still following closely. Fortunately, the following scene didn't hurt his nerves, or he would have gone crazy. After half a day, the two of them finally saw the edge of the Thunder Lake. As long as they passed through the edge, they would be able to return to Sky Mountain. But Yan Chutian didn't expect that when he walked out of Sky Mountain, he would receive a piece of news that would make him extremely furious. When he stepped out of the edge of Sky Mountain, he saw many people's gazes converging in a certain direction. Looking over, Yan Chutian immediately saw a dying figure lying on the ground in the direction of everyone's gazes. And this figure was none other than Wang Qiao. Wang Qiao's appearance made Yan Chutian even more worried about Cher. However, what made him feel slightly relieved was that when he turned his gaze, he could see that several zhang away, Cher was being sealed behind the half-step Yuanying practitioner. Although Cher's mood was extremely low, it was obviously not a big problem. However, this was only a blessing in disguise. After injuring Wang Qiao to such an extent and sealing Cher's cultivation and suppressing her, the fury in Yan Chutian's heart had long since surged and burned fiercely. Because of this, Yan Chutian didn't even wait for Lu Xuezhu's instructions. He took a step and flew out. As the dense Ling energy in his hand surged, he brazenly grabbed the half-step Yuanying cultivator. Even though this cultivator was half a step into the Yuanying realm, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a sudden attack. He immediately retreated. However, Yan Chutian didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. Instead, he raised his hand to protect Cher and immediately broke the restriction placed on her body. As the half-step Yuanying practitioner retreated, Cher didn't understand what was going on. However, when she felt a familiar aura appear, her beautiful eyes immediately trembled and she raised her head. The moment she saw the face of the person in front of her, Cher could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. She immediately threw herself into Yan Chutian's embrace. Only in this embrace could she vent her emotions to her heart's content. She didn't need to pretend anymore. Feeling the violent emotional fluctuations of the girl in his arms, Yan Chutian felt even more distressed. At the same time, a deep viciousness continuously grew. He coldly looked at the half-step Yuanying practitioner and lightly patted the back of the girl in his arms. He softly said, "Go take a look at Wang Qiao. Leave this trash to Brother Yan." "Hey, you're the first person who dares to call my spirit puppet sect trash." However, just as Yan Chutian finished speaking, before the girl in his arms left, a cold and domineering voice filled with coldness came from afar. Many gazes followed the voice and finally fixed on a black-robed man who seemed to have just walked out of the Thunder Lake. The black-robed man's face couldn't be considered handsome. In fact, it could even be said that he was somewhat ugly. However, compared to his appearance, it was clear that his cultivation was more eye-catching. His powerful aura didn't need to be deliberately revealed. It automatically spread out and oppressed the surrounding heaven and earth. It also oppressed the hearts of all the cultivators. All of this proved that the black-robed man's cultivation had definitely stepped into the Yuanying realm. "Greetings, Senior Brother Ching-O." At the same time, the half-step Yuanying practitioner who was originally confronting Yan Chutian had already swept behind the black-robed man and respectfully bowed. From his short words, Yan Chutian already knew the identity of the black-robed man. It turned out that he was the spirit puppet sect's Ching-O. In other words, this half-step Yuanying practitioner was also a disciple of the spirit puppet sect. Enemies really didn't meet. Even Ching-O has appeared. He's a Yuanying realm cultivator. That elixir cultivator is finished. Even if Ching-O didn't appear, that elixir cultivator's fate can be imagined. It's just that the result is even more obvious now. Everyone discussed animatedly. They all felt that because of Ching-O's appearance, Yan Chutian and the others' fate was already sealed. Indeed, if it was anyone else, they would have the same thought. This was because the Yuanying realm was simply too strong, not to mention that Ching-O had not even entered the Yuanying realm yet. He was already at the first level of the Yuanying realm and had truly stabilized his footing. Although many cultivators believed that stepping into the Yuanying realm could be considered to be at the first level of the Yuanying realm, those with discerning eyes knew that there was still a large gap between the two. Ching-O coldly looked at Yan Chutian, and the next moment, he panted. In the next moment, a powerful aura spread out. No matter how he looked at this 7th-level elixir cultivator, he felt uncomfortable, so he directly crushed him to death. When everyone saw that Ching-O did not delay at all and directly used the power of his aura, they sighed in their hearts. It seemed that this genius of the spirit puppet sect did not want to give his opponent any chance of survival. However, very quickly, everyone realized that the cold expression on Ching-O's face could no longer be maintained. At the same time, they also realized that the powerful aura emitted from Qing-O's body had disappeared without a trace. What was going on? Fairy Lu Yun, what are you? A moment later, under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Qing-O looked at the fairy-like woman not far away with an ugly expression. Others did not know, but how could he not feel that Lu Xuezhu had blocked all of his power? If it were anyone else, he would have already made a move. However, he did not dare to make a move against Lu Xuezhu. This was not only because Lu Xuezhu's cultivation was much higher than his, but also because Lu Xuezhu's status in the Sky Incense Valley was not something that he could compare to in the Spirit Puppet sect. However, Qing-O did not expect that Lu Xuezhu acted as if she did not hear his words. She only looked at Yan Chutian as if she was waiting for him to speak. Such a scene could not help but cause everyone's eyes to widen. A strong feeling of shock continuously emerged in their hearts. Could it be that this 7th-level elixir loose cultivator was actually related to Lu Xuezhu? The sudden change in the situation caused the half-step Yuanying Spirit Puppet sect disciple's expression to greatly change. He knew very well that Lu Xuezhu was much more powerful than his backer, Qing-O. If the other party had Lu Xuezhu's support, then what was he? Like the Spirit Puppet sect disciple, the surrounding crowd also exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect the situation to be so full of twists and turns. If he really had Lu Xuezhu's support, then he could do whatever he wanted in this heavenly mountain. Senior Sister Lu, help me suppress Qing-O for a moment. However, what no one, including that Spirit Puppet cult disciple, had expected was that Yan Chutian would actually say such words at a time when it was completely possible for him to borrow Lu Xuezhu's power and influence to act tyrannically. Such words also caused Lu Xuezhu to be stunned. She did not expect that Yan Chutian would not ask her to deal with the 2 Spirit Puppet sect disciples, but only to suppress Qing-O for a moment. Could it be that he wanted her to deal with the half-step Yuanying Spirit Puppet sect disciple? Like Lu Xuezhu, the surrounding cultivators also thought of this possibility. This caused their expressions to change. If they were in Yan Chutian's place, they would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Moreover, if Lu Xuezhu only suppressed Qing-O and did not suppress the half-step Yuanying Spirit Puppet sect disciple, how could this 7th-level elixir loose cultivator resist her? Could it be that he wanted to jump levels and defeat the half-step Yuanying loose cultivator? Genius 1 second. Remember this website. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 422. Looking at Yan Chutian's unexpected reaction, Qing-O suddenly smiled. A wisp of understanding secretly surfaced on his originally unsightly face. In his opinion, this elixir ant was quite sensible. Even if he had Lu Xuezhu's support, he wouldn't dare to offend the Spirit Puppet sect. At this moment, the other party seemed to want to fight the Spirit Puppet sect disciple one-on-one. It was obvious that he wanted to give both sides a way out. Otherwise, if Lu Xuezhu forcefully suppressed him, the 2 sides would fight to the death in the future. As such, Qing-O didn't mind letting this elixir ant go after he was defeated. After all, he was very satisfied with such a sensible personality. Qing-O suddenly relaxed, and Lu Xuezhu naturally took in his expression. With her intelligence, it wasn't difficult for her to guess what Qing-O had thought. However, even though this possibility was very reasonable, she still found it hard to believe. Because of the short period of time she had spent with Yan Chutian, she had already sensed that his personality wasn't like this. However, she couldn't find a good explanation other than this. Could it be that he really wanted to defeat the half-step Yuanying Spirit Puppet sect disciple with his 7th-layer elixir cultivation? At the same time, the Spirit Puppet sect disciple who had heard Yan Chutian's words couldn't help but coldly smile. He looked at the former as if he was looking at a fool. A loose cultivator with a 7th-layer elixir cultivation actually wanted to fight him. Was he looking to die? However, this was also good. This loose cultivator with a 7th-layer elixir was acting so recklessly. After he severely injured and defeated him, even Lu Xuezhu wouldn't be able to say anything. As the two people's stances became more and more open, the surrounding people's disbelief finally became reality. They all understood that this loose cultivator with a 7th-layer elixir really wanted to fight the half-step Yuanying spirit puppet sect disciple. However, how could he dare to be so bold? The difference between a 7th-layer elixir and a half-step Yuanying was not small. The former had not even reached the peak of elixir, while the latter was close to Yuanying. Perhaps a half-step Yuanying spirit puppet sect disciple would only need a casual palm strike to injure a 7th-stage elixir loose cultivator? However, no matter how difficult it was for them to understand, Yan Chutian took a small step forward. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his body began to circulate, and the vast power continued to gather on his fist. Then, he suddenly formed a finger technique and violently pointed it out. However, in the face of this finger technique, the spirit puppet cult disciple's reaction was far too relaxed. In fact, he did not even circulate his power. Only when the finger approached did he slowly raise the light screen to block it. Bang! 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 Finger force continued to erupt, but Yan Chutian's ordinary attacks were clearly unable to gain any advantage over the spirit puppet cult disciples. Even the ripples of the spirit energy light screen could not be stirred up. This caused the disdain in the eyes of the spirit puppet cult disciples to become even more intense. This also caused Qing-O to become even more calm. It seems that the real situation was as he had imagined. At the same time, the surrounding crowd secretly shook their heads as they watched this scene. Originally, they had been slightly anticipating that this 7th-stage elixir loose cultivator would be able to unleash a stunning burst of power. However, it seemed that they had been thinking too much. Since the finger technique was ineffective, Yan Chutian's expression did not change. Instead, he raised his hand and unleashed an ordinary fist technique that violently blasted towards the spirit puppet cult disciple. Perhaps the aura he had displayed was not weak at all. Even an 8th-stage elixir cultivator would find it difficult to underestimate him. However, it was clearly too weak for a half-step Yuanying spirit puppet cult disciple. Because of this, the surrounding crowd shook their heads and sighed unceasingly. Looks like this primal core wandering cultivator is really too arrogant. With this kind of strength, he may be able to fight against a primal core level 8 practitioner, but compared to someone who is half a step away from the nascent soul stage, this is nothing. This is natural. The difference between a 7th-stage elixir cultivator and a half-step Yuanying cultivator is simply too great. This scene caused the smile on Qing-O's face to grow even wider. Subsequently, he looked towards Lu Xuezhu, who looked like a fairy in white, and said with a faint smile, "Senior Sister Xuezhu, it seems that this loose cultivator knows when to advance and when to retreat." However, what caused Qing-O's expression to turn ugly was that Lu Xuezhu did not even glance at him. It was as if she had completely ignored him. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have already violently attacked. However, he did not have the strength to do so against Lu Xuezhu. Humph! With a furious snort, Qing-O's annoyed gaze once again turned towards Yan Chutian and the disciples of his faction. He wanted to see if Lu Xuezhu would still be able to ignore him after his spirit puppet cult disciple defeated the loose cultivator. However, Lu Xuezhu did not care about his reaction. At this moment, all of her attention was on Yan Chutian. If it was said that she was puzzled before, then she was now certain that Yan Chutian was definitely hiding something. She did not believe that a person who could withstand the berserk profound lightning could only unleash such a small amount of power. Under such concealment, he definitely possessed an incomparably berserk strength. Perhaps she could really defeat that half-step Yuanying spirit puppet cult disciple? After taking in the arrogance and haughtiness of the spirit puppet cult disciple, a faint cold light flashed across the depths of Yen Chutian's eyes. It seems that he had already foreshadowed enough. Next, it was time to get to the main topic. As he softly exhaled, a familiar power swiftly surged within his body. 4 colors slowly converged on his right palm that was hidden under his robes. Even though the momentum was not great, if one's perception was focused on these 4 colored lights, one would be able to sense just how enormous this power was. This was the 4 yuan fragmentary star mark. If he had used this spirit art from the start, his opponent would have more or less notice. Furthermore, with his half-step Yuanian cultivation, he would have been able to withstand it no matter how difficult it was. That was why Yen Chutian's previous series of attacks had appeared weak attacks. He believed that his opponent was currently extremely careless. If he used the 4 yuan fragmentary star mark now, he would definitely be able to achieve the most desired result. This is, perhaps everyone would overlook Yen Chutian's hidden power, but Lu Xuezhu would not. Therefore, she was able to sense the majestic power that was surging from the former almost immediately. At this moment, she had completely understood what Yen Chutian's intentions were for doing what he did earlier. It was also at this moment that Lu Xuezhu lifted her proud head, her indifferent yet extremely alluring eyes looking towards Qing-O. She was very much looking forward to seeing the reaction of this spirit puppet cult's prided disciple. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Yen Chutian circulated his power to the moment the 4 yuan fragmentary star mark truly erupted, only a few breaths of time had passed. The wisp of star mark power shot out like a shadow, but the spirit puppet cult disciple did not pay much attention to it as before. It was only when the power of the star mark bombarded the light screen, causing the usually indestructible light screen to emit waves of shattering sounds, that his expression changed drastically. However, it was already too late for him to realize anything. Boom! The berserk power crazily poured out. In almost an instant, it completely tore apart the spirit energy light screen and directly bombarded the body of the spirit puppet cult disciple. After that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the spirit puppet cult disciple was sent flying like a dead dog. He was sent flying for dozens of feet before he deeply smashed into the ground. In an instant, countless gazes that were originally shaking their heads looked over. The owners of these gazes stared so hard that their eyeballs were about to fall out. This was because they could not believe what they had just seen. A half-step Yuanian spirit puppet cult disciple was actually sent flying by a 7th-level elixir rogue cultivator and miserably smashed into the ground with a single spirit art? This situation was reversed too quickly. They were unable to accept it. Similarly, not to mention them, even Qing-O's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets at this moment. His originally cold and calm face was now filled with shock. This elixir ant, how could he explode with such a huge amount of power just now? He clearly wasn't. As he thought of this, Qing-O's expression instantly stiffened. How could he still not understand that the primal core ant's previous display of weakness was purposely feigned in order to deceive him and his disciple? However, such a simple trick had actually fooled him without him noticing at all. This elixir ant was really courting death. Qing-O's heart was filled with extreme anger. An unsuppressible killing intent surged out from his body and enveloped Yen Chutian like a tornado. However, just as this killing intent surged, a cold gaze immediately shot over. No matter how berserk the killing intent was, it was forcibly suppressed and disappeared without a trace. Add a bookmark to make it easier to read. Chapter 423. The owner of this cold gaze was naturally Lu Xuezhu. In front of Lu Xuezhu, no matter how furious Qing-O was, he could only endure it. Although the spirit puppet sect was equal to the Sky Incense Valley, his position in the spirit puppet sect could not be compared to the former's in the Sky Incense Valley. Not to mention, he was no match for her in terms of cultivation strength. However, He could not understand why Lu Xuezhu, who had always been indifferent to everything, especially men, would protect an elixir rogue cultivator today. The crowd was still in shock. After a while, they gradually regained their senses. However, even after regaining their senses, there was still a trace of unerasable shock on their faces. They could not imagine that Yan Chutian could suddenly erupt with such a powerful strength and directly defeat a half-step Yuanying spirit puppet sect disciple. However, to be honest, such a scene would not make them unwilling to accept it. Instead, it would make them clap and cheer. This was because the spirit puppet sect's notoriety had long spread far and wide. What they wanted to see was the spirit puppet sect disciples in a sorry state. Moreover, many of them were present from the beginning to the end. Therefore, they knew that this was the spirit puppet sect disciples' fault from the beginning. At this moment, Yan Chutian looked at the spirit puppet sect disciple who had been smashed into the depths of the earth dozens of feet away. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Then, a faint trace of joy flashed across his face. Even if there was a plan, the power of the four elements' fragmentary star mark did not let him down. Otherwise, even if he had seized this opportunity, it would have been difficult to defeat a half-step Yuanying rogue cultivator in one blow. Therefore, the four elements' fragmentary star mark did not go to waste. He had endured the continuous bombardment of profound lightning in the Thunder Lake for several days. After that, Yan Chutian bowed towards Lu Xuezhu to express his gratitude. Then, he rushed back to Cher's side and helped the dying Wang Qiao up. Immediately, he shot towards a certain direction in the mountain forest. Seeing this, Lu Xuezhu hesitated. However, in the end, she did not linger. Her jade-like feet tapped lightly on the ground as she chased in the direction Yan Chutian had left. Behind them, as Lu Xuezhu's beautiful figure became smaller and smaller, the anger on Qing O's face became more and more intense. A forceful pressure spread out, pressuring the surrounding cultivators to retreat. Some even immediately distanced themselves from it, for fear of being affected in the slightest. However, at this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared beside Qing O's side. The sudden appearance of the aura beside him caused Qing O's heart to clench. When he turned his gaze, the face of a handsome young man entered his eyes. Who else could this handsome young man be but Zhou Jian of the Tianyan clan? Fairy Lu Yun? Sensing the beautiful figure chasing after him, Yan Chutian gradually slowed down his speed. But even if he didn't slow down, with his current speed of carrying two people, it wasn't worth mentioning to Lu Xuezhu. Lu Xuezhu's jade-like feet moved lightly. She landed in front of Yan Chutian. At this moment, it was not only because he could retrieve the soul sculpting spring for her, but also because he could defeat the half-step Yuanying spirit puppet sect disciple. This was enough for Lu Xuezhu to value him. If it was Lu Xuezhu, she would not have the confidence to defeat a half-step Yuanying when she was at the 7th level of elixir. If such a person could not be called a genius, who else could be? Lu Xuezhu could not help but think of the idea of letting him join Sky Incense Valley. But this time, it was not to give him a reward. It was because of his talent. But just as her voice rang out, she saw Yan Chutian lightly shaking his head. She found it extremely hard to understand. Could it be that the Sky Incense Valley, and the direct disciple of her master, was so unattractive to him? Lu Xuezhu reined in her emotions and said solemnly, "I don't know why you refused. But this time, you have offended Qing O. I can protect you in Sky Mountain. But outside Sky Mountain, with the presence of the Spirit Puppet Sect Elder, it will be difficult for me to protect you." What Lu Xuezhu was implying was that as long as Yan Chutian agreed to join the Sky Incense Valley, even the Sky Incense Valley elders would protect her, not to mention himself. Then, there would be no need to worry about Qing O or the Spirit Puppet Sect. However, Lu Xuezhu did not expect that even though she was so close to threatening and enticing, Yan Chutian's reply was still a refusal. "Thank you for your kindness, Fairy Lu Yun. But I have my own reasons for not wanting to join Sky Incense Valley." I cannot join. Please forgive me. At this point, what else could Lu Xuezhu say? She could only remain silent. In the past, when had Lu Xuezhu ever been so humiliated in front of a man? Because of this, Lu Xuezhu's delicate face under the veil showed a rare expression of anger. Yan Chutian was the first person who could make Lu Xuezhu show such an expression. After that, Lu Xuezhu raised her hand and a small jade bottle appeared in her hand. Then, she spoke in a deliberately cold voice. This is a spiritual recovery pill. Give it to him and he will recover in half a day. Lu Xuezhu did not wait for Yan Chutian's reply. She took the jade bottle and threw it away. Then, she flashed towards another part of the forest. Yan Chutian stood where he was and watched Lu Xuezhu leave in anger. He felt helpless. This woman's temper was really unpredictable. She would be fine for a while and then rain for a while. However, this spiritual recovery pill was really good stuff. Yan Chutian quickly grabbed the jade bottle and took out the pill for Wang Qiao to consume. After giving Wang Qiao the spiritual recovery pill, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry to continue his journey. He sat down cross-legged and quietly waited for Wang Qiao to recover. At the same time, he also asked about Cher's situation. However, he did not expect that Cher would ask about him first. Brother Yan, who is that woman? From the beginning to the end, only Lu Xuezhu had appeared. Hence, he did not need to think too much to know that the person Cher was talking about was Lu Xuezhu. Yan Chutian would not hide anything from Cher. He immediately told her about her identity and strength. Hearing this, Cher was not surprised. She only continued to look at Yan Chutian's face and unexpectedly said softly, "She seems to be very beautiful." Yan Chutian could not help but recall the scene when he first met Lu Xuezhu. Although he would not be charmed by her beauty, he had to admit that she was indeed a rare beauty. Hence, he also nodded. Seeing the former nod, Cher immediately asked, "Then does Brother Yan like her?" The girl's words were shocking, causing the former to look at her in surprise. Then, Yan Chutian gently rubbed the latter's head. Only then did he casually smile and say, "Brother Yan likes a good sister like you." The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. An undetectable sweet smile quietly surfaced on her drooping head. Even Yan Chutian did not notice it in the slightest. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Half a day later, Wang Qiao finally relaxed his breathing and opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he hurriedly looked around. In the end, his gaze locked onto Yan Chutian's body as a deep sense of gratitude swiftly emerged. "Brother Yan, thank you for saving my life." Wang Qiao did not doubt that if he was alone, even if that spirit puppet sect disciple killed him, no one would question him. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that she had saved his life. Yan Chutian did not take any credit for this. He clearly understood that Wang Qiao's heavy injuries were because he had risked his life to protect Cher. If not for him, Cher would have been captured by that spirit puppet sect disciple long ago. It was difficult to predict what would have happened then. Brother Wang is too serious. If not for you risking your life to protect Cher, I'm afraid that Cher would have already met with disaster. After chatting for a while, Wang Qiao's expression gradually became serious. Although he had been heavily injured, he also knew what Yan Chutian had done. "Brother Yan, you have heavily injured that spirit puppet sect disciple. Although Fairy Lu Yun was present and Qing O did not dare to do anything to you, you have thoroughly offended him. If you do not have Fairy Lu Yun's protection, or if you leave Heavenly Mountain, Qing O may immediately attack you." Yan Chutian naturally knew what Wang Qiao had said. However, he did not need to worry. Because once he left Heavenly Mountain, he would leave with Cher and head straight for the edge of the Divine Continent. Therefore, why should he worry about Qing O or the threat of the spirit puppet sect? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 424. When Wang Qiao saw Yan Chutian's indifferent expression, he didn't say anything else. After all, he had known Yan Chutian's character for the past few days. Wang Qiao was not an arrogant person. Since he was so indifferent, he must have thought of a way to deal with him. Wang Qiao did not speak again. Yan Chutian suddenly asked him, "Brother Wang, after Sky Mountain, which force do you want to join?" Hearing this, Wang Qiao was stunned. He had never thought of joining any specific force. His initial plan was very simple. He would work hard to find enough natural treasures behind the heavenly mountains so that he could join any force he wanted. But of course, the Spirit Puppet sect was not one of these random forces. Perhaps many cultivators would disregard methods for their own future, but Wang Qiao had his own principles. Seeing the bewildered look on the other party's face, Yan Chutian could roughly guess what Wang Qiao was thinking. If it was before, he would not have cared about Wang Qiao's choice. But now, he considered Wang Qiao a friend. Naturally, he had to provide him with a good choice. And this good choice happened to be Sky Incense Valley. Yan Chutian believed that with Lu Xuezhu in the force, it was unlikely that they would be in cahoots with the Divine Realm. When Yan Chutian mentioned Sky Incense Valley, Wang Qiao was shocked and hesitated. However, his hesitation was not because he felt that Sky Incense Valley was too weak. Instead, it was because Sky Incense Valley was one of the strongest forces. Moreover, Sky Incense Valley was special. They only accepted female disciples. Very few male disciples joined. Hence, Wang Qiao was hesitant about whether he could join Sky Incense Valley. "Brother Wang, don't worry. When the time comes, you can try to join Sky Incense Valley. If you don't succeed, you can tell Lu Yun the 2 words Thunder Eye. Everything will fall into place." At this point, Wang Qiao's face was full of excitement. He did not think that Yan Chutian was talking nonsense. This was because he knew that Lu Xuezhu had protected Yan Chutian. Hence, to him, it was obvious that Yan Chutian was going to use his connections to help him join the Sky Incense Valley. How could he not be agitated? "Brother Yan, Wang Qiao was so emotional that he was about to kneel down. Being able to join the Sky Incense Valley was a great opportunity for him. Normally, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, such an opportunity was right in front of him. Brother Wang is being too serious. However, when you meet Fairy Lu Yun, please hand this jade strip to her." As his voice rang out, Yan Chutian had already taken out a jade slip and handed it over to Wang Qiao. Wang Qiao was naturally more than happy to do something as easy as lifting a finger. At the same time as he received the jade scroll, Wang Qiao also admired Yan Chutian. He actually knew Lu Xuezhu, and looking at the situation of the jade scroll, the two of them were very close. Their relationship was probably not that simple. If word got out, the young geniuses of the other factions would probably be envious or even jealous. Yan Chutian did not care about Wang Qiao's reaction. The jade scroll that he handed over was a warning to Lu Xuezhu, a warning to the Divine Realm. Although he did not state his identity in the jade scroll, he had already roughly hinted at the Divine Realm's monstrous ambitions. If Lu Xuezhu believed him, she might be able to escape this calamity. If she was unlucky, then even Yan Chutian would not be able to do anything. As for Wang Qiao, he did not hint at the Divine Realm's conspiracy because he knew that Wang Qiao still revered him and did not completely see him as a friend. Hence, if he said something similar, Wang Qiao would find it hard to believe and might even persuade him not to think too much. Hence, he had specially sent Wang Qiao to the Sky Incense Valley. It was much safer for him to be in the same faction as roaming the Divine Continent alone. Moreover, if Lu Xuezhu believed his hint, then Wang Qiao would be able to follow the Sky Incense Valley and survive. Besides that, the situation in the Heaven Realm had not reached an extremely critical stage. The Divine Realm's conspiracy was still going on in the dark. As long as he could return to the Firmament God Palace in time and inform his master, then he could still stop the Divine Realm's conspiracy in its cradle. After that, Yan Chutian took Cher and parted ways with Wang Qiao. When Sky Mountain opened again, he would leave with Cher immediately. Hence, he naturally could not bring Wang Qiao along. Otherwise, the three of them would be too conspicuous. At this time, more than 20 days had passed since Sky Mountain opened. The next opening was just around the corner. 2 days later, the originally peaceful Heavenly Mountain was once again filled with loud rumbling sounds. Amidst the roars, the originally illusory Sky Mountain became real again and was connected to the outside world. Not long after this commotion occurred, a large number of human figures continuously streamed out from the mysterious Sky Mountain one after another. Among the many people, the top geniuses of the factions like Lu Xuezhu were the most eye-catching. At the same time, outside Sky Mountain, the disciples who had been ordered to wait with the elders started to move. What they had to do was to try their best to bring the rogue cultivators who had collected many heavenly treasures into their factions. This was a task that was hard to come by. Even though the elders were watching, it was not impossible to do some trick. Looking at this scene, Wang Qiao hesitated. However, he quickly turned his hesitation into determination. The opportunity was right in front of him. There was no reason to give it up. Hence, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and walked step by step towards the Sky Incense Valley team. She was like a fairy. However, just as he was nearing, there were also female disciples from the Sky Incense Valley who saw him at first glance. In response, the female disciple said directly, "This year, the Sky Incense Valley will not be recruiting male disciples. Please go back." Hearing this, Wang Qiao's expression became extremely embarrassed. However, just as he did not know what to do next, Lu Xuezhu took a step forward and walked in front of him. Facing this famous proud daughter of heaven, Wang Qiao was immediately at a loss. Luckily, Lu Xuezhu did not need him to speak. She directly said softly, "Give me any spiritual medicine and you will be a disciple of the Sky Incense Valley in the future." Hearing this, the female disciple who had spoken earlier changed her expression. She wanted to say that this was not in accordance with this year's rules. However, when she thought of Lu Xuezhu's status and qualifications, she could not say anything. She could only silently shrink back. At the same time, hearing that Lu Xuezhu had taken the initiative to invite him to join the Sky Incense Valley, Wang Qiao was naturally very happy. He immediately took out the most precious spiritual medicine that he had obtained. After that, he also took out the jade scroll and respectfully handed it over to her. "Fairy Lu Yun, this is what Brother Yan asked me to pass to you." Seeing this, Lu Xuezhu wanted to ask why Yan Chutian did not appear and where he was. However, this was not the time to ask. Hence, she only kept the item and nodded her head slightly. At the same time, Yan Chutian had left Sky Mountain long ago. At this moment, he and Cher were already on the road to leave this area. They had already traveled dozens of miles. Cher did not ask why Yan Chutian was in such a hurry to leave. This was because she knew where their real destination was. Furthermore, being able to leave this place and get away from the woman who was too close to her brother Yan made her feel a faint joy in her heart. After all, adventuring and living in a secluded village were different. The former would not only continuously sharpen one's skills, but it would also gradually change one's originally pure and selfless heart unknowingly. After traveling for more than half a day, Yan Chutian slowed down a little. This also allowed the young girl, who was following closely behind, to catch her breath. This was also because Yan Chutian had intentionally suppressed his speed. Otherwise, if he went at full speed, Cher would have been left behind by him. "Can we still continue on our way?" Yan Chutian asked Cher. Seeing this, the young girl immediately nodded her head resolutely. This made Yan Chutian smile helplessly. This young girl was clearly straining herself, but she was still so stubborn. If it was any other time, he could have stopped to rest before continuing on his way. However, they were now on the divine continent. Hence, if possible, it was better to continue on their journey as soon as possible. Hence, Yen Chutian could only whisper to the young girl, "Hold on for a little longer. This divine continent is where the divine territory is after all. It makes me feel uneasy. Brother Yen, I can still hold on. However, if Brother Yen can protect me a little, that would be even better." The young girl's beautiful eyes turned slightly as she spoke innocently. However, she did not wait for Yen Chutian to reply. She immediately moved behind Yen Chutian. Genius remembers site address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 425. How could Yen Chutian refuse the young girl's charming expression and actions? He could only allow her to do as she pleased. Dense spirit energy slowly gushed out from his body, wrapping around her delicate body. Under the protection of Yen Chutian's spirit energy, Cher only needed to consume a small portion of her spirit energy to easily keep up with Yen Chutian's speed. As a result, the two figures once again flew between the heavens and the earth. The only difference from before was that the relationship between the two seemed to be much more intimate than before. Another half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Only when the night was deep did Yen Chutian finally stop. However, the current young girl was no longer the same as when she was under the protection of Yen Chutian's spirit energy. Cher intimately leaned against Yen Chutian's back, her jade hands gently wrapped around the latter's waist as her delicate body stuck close to him. Therefore, Yen Chutian could even feel the extraordinary firmness and elasticity of the young girl's chest. However, even so, Yen Chutian did not have any nefarious thoughts. Instead, he carefully placed the young girl down. At this time, Cher's beautiful eyes were slightly closed. Her charming face carried a faint smile. It was obvious that she had unknowingly fallen asleep. Therefore, how could Yen Chutian disturb her? After all, he clearly knew what kind of fright the latter had suffered today. Even now, when Yen Chutian recalled the despair on her beautiful face when she was suppressed by the spirit puppet cult disciple, he secretly felt some heartache. After settling Cher down properly, Yen Chutian sat down cross-legged beside the young girl and silently began to cultivate. At the same time, his enormous perception had already spread out to the surrounding heaven and earth, enveloping it like a tide. No matter who it was, even if it was a bird, it would not be able to escape this keen perception. The night came and went quickly. When the night gradually brightened, the young girl finally gently wrinkled her nose. Then, as if she felt that there was nothing around her, she hurriedly opened her beautiful eyes in shock. When she saw Yen Chutian silently sitting cross-legged less than half a foot away, the shock on her pretty face disappeared. Instead, she revealed a faint smile. Then, her delicate body gently moved closer to the man sitting cross-legged. She lowered her head and closed her beautiful eyes. Although he sensed Cher's movements, Yen Chutian did not pay too much attention to it. At this time, he was immersed in cultivation. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since he stepped into the 7th level of elixir. Perhaps it was because he had been tempered by the profound lightning of the Luai's lightning. His cultivation base had gradually become stronger. The present him, in the eyes of ordinary Shioja, had the ability to reach the 8th level of elixir. However, after thinking about it, Yen Chutian was not in a hurry to try to break through. This was because although his foundation was very strong, it had not reached the limit that he thought it to be. Moreover, before he stepped into the 8th level of elixir, Yen Chutian also wanted to condense the 6th spiritual rune. If he could condense the 6th spiritual rune at the 7th level of elixir, then he could try to condense the 7th spiritual rune at the 8th level of elixir. When he was at the 9th level of elixir, he could use the power of the spiritual pattern stone hidden deep in his body to try to condense the 8th spiritual rune, which he had never condensed in his previous life. As for condensing the 9th spiritual rune, it was not that Yen Chutian did not have the ambition. It was just that he had never heard of any geniuses successfully condensing the 9th spiritual rune. Moreover, it was rumored that the condensation of the 9th spiritual rune could not be measured by common sense. It was said that only a 1 in a million genius with great luck and perseverance could successfully condense the 9th spiritual rune. Yan Chutian might think that he was not weaker than anyone in terms of great perseverance, but he did not have any confidence that he had great luck. If he had great luck, how could he have fallen in the hands of the Ghost Lord in his previous life? At this point, Yan Chutian's idea of condensing the 6th spiritual rune gradually appeared in his mind. The 6th spiritual rune that he was preparing to condense was called the Spirit Awakening rune. This Spirit Awakening rune was unintentionally discovered and condensed by chance. Therefore, even if he had successfully condensed it once in his previous life, Yan Chutian did not have any confidence that he would be able to condense it successfully this time. Moreover, he was even more clear that he had a spirit body in his previous life. This was his greatest reliance all the way to success. However, in this life, he did not have that rare spirit body in the world. What he had was a mortal body that had gradually surpassed that of ordinary people after going through numerous refinements and tendons and marrow changes. The so-called Spirit Awakening rune meant to awaken one's spirit energy. It was to use one's own spirit energy to condense the hidden power and transform it into a spiritual rune. As for the Spirit Awakening, it was located above the dantian. However, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry to start condensing the spiritual rune. Instead, he slowly opened his eyes and woke the girl up. In fact, there was no need for him to wake her up. Cher, who was already awake, only needed a light movement from him, and she obediently stood up and quietly stood beside him. "Brother Yan, are we continuing on our journey?" "Yes." Yan Chutian nodded lightly. He indeed had to continue on his journey. After all, there was still an extremely long distance between here and the border of the divine continent. For the next few days, Yan Chutian and Cher spent their time hurrying on their journey and resting. Under such circumstances, the two of them gradually approached the border of the divine continent. During this process, Yan Chutian did not waste any time. Every time he rested at night, the cultivation method of the Spirit Awakening rune would appear in his mind. Wisps of pure spirit energy continuously appeared in Yan Chutian's dantian. This spirit energy was even purer than the spirit energy he normally used. Even so, he was still not satisfied. He continued to condense this pure spirit energy, trying to fuse it together. It was not easy to condense the Spirit Awakening rune. First, one had to fuse and condense the densest spirit energy into spiritual origin. However, this was only the first step. This was because the amount of spiritual origin needed to activate the Spirit Awakening rune was not just 1 or 2. However, the birth of one spiritual origin was already not easy, let alone several. Exhaling lightly, the spirit energy continued to fuse. There was a huge instability in this process. The slightest mistake could cause it to explode. All of the hard work would turn to ashes. Therefore, even until now, he had only condensed one spiritual origin. Now, he was trying to condense the second spiritual origin. As he continued to condense, Yan Chutian's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. However, even so, he did not dare to relax. His mind was still focused on his dantian. Chi-chi, the sound of magma cooling gradually spread out. This was the key to the fusion of the spirit energy. If someone could see the scene in Yan Chutian's dantian, they would be able to see that there were several incomparably pure spirit energy above it. They were slowly fusing into a ball of light the size of a human eye. That sound came from the fusion of the two clumps of light. Finally, the sound of chi-chi gradually subsided. At the same time, Yan Chutian's heart was filled with joy. This was because the condensation of this ball of spiritual origin was nearing its end. Moreover, it was very likely to succeed. It was not easy to condense spiritual origin. Yan Chutian had a deep understanding of this. Not to mention his previous life, even in this life, he had failed several times. So, How could he not be happy that he was finally able to condense it successfully? However, what he was worried about had happened. At this very last moment, there was a violent tremor in the ball of light that constantly spread out. This made Yen Chutian not dare to underestimate it. He hurriedly circulated his spirit energy and gathered it around the ball of light. If he had failed before, he would have failed. However, now that success was right in front of him, how could he allow himself to fail? And it seemed that the heavens also recognized Yen Chutian's efforts. Finally, under the continuous flow of spirit energy, the unstable factor finally calmed down. Then, when the last strand of spirit energy was completely fused, the faintly glowing spiritual origin finally appeared again. Looking at the successfully condensed spiritual origin, Yen Chutian's eyes were filled with joy. The heavens did not disappoint him. In the end, he was able to condense the second strand of spiritual origin. The spiritual origin gradually floated up and converged towards the first strand of spiritual origin that had been lonely all this time. Then, the two strands of spiritual origin floated together, the halo of light scattered. After that, Yen Chutian finally withdrew his attention from his dantian. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the graceful figure of a young girl carefully patrolling the surroundings, guarding against any possible danger. Only when she sensed the movement on Yen Chutian's side did the young girl, Schwerer, cast her beautiful eyes over. Her beautiful face was filled with pleasant surprise as she hurriedly rushed over and excitedly asked, "Big brother Yen, you succeeded?" "Yes, I finally condensed another strand of spiritual origin. Add a bookmark to make it easier to read." Chapter 426. Although she did not know exactly what spiritual yuan was, just hearing the word success made the girl's face fill with joy. It was as if Yen Chutian's success in condensing spiritual yuan was an extremely important matter to her. Yen Chutian did not pay too much attention to Cher's reaction. At this moment, he was also immersed in the joy of successfully condensing his second spiritual yuan. However, what made him feel a little helpless was that at this speed, it would take a very long time before he could condense spiritual runes with his spiritual yuan. However, it did not matter. During this period of time, what he did not lack the most was time. Between hurrying and cultivating, time always passed extremely quickly. It was as if in the blink of an eye, but 2 months had already passed. After 2 months of arduous hurrying, according to Yen Chutian's estimation, they should be extremely close to the divine continent's border. However, the more it was so, the more secretive the two's reactions were. This was because Yen Chutian was clear that at such a border, there was a high possibility that there would be forces from the domain of the gods stationed there. If possible, Yen Chutian definitely did not want to meet with these people from the domain of the gods. However, could the situation really be as good as Yen Chutian imagined it to be? Xiao! The sharp sound of breaking wind, accompanied by the swaying of the chains, suddenly rang out in the originally deathly silent world. Perhaps Cher could only hear such a commotion, but could not see anyone. However, Yen Chutian, with the power of his spiritual eye, could see that at the mountain range in the distance, there were 2 ice-cold chains firmly rooted in the middle of the mountain range. Immediately after, there were 4 extremely beautiful young women dressed in red. They carried a large red bridal sedan and flew on the chains. If an ordinary man who did not know what was going on saw such a scene, he would have stretched out his neck to take a look. However, Yen Chutian was not like that. Not only could he see the powerful cultivation of the 4 women carrying the bridal sedan, he also knew who was in the bridal sedan. If it was in the past, he would naturally disdain that person, and even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to appear in front of him. But now, he was only at the 7th level of the Yuan Dan stage. If the other party discovered him, only death awaited him. Therefore, Yen Chutian did not dare to delay at all. He hurriedly pulled Cher into his arms and lay on the ground, doing his best to restrain his aura. Yen Chutian was so cautious and the mountain range was so far away from here. Therefore, it seemed that they really did not notice Yen Chutian. The four women carrying the big red sedan chair gradually disappeared from the world. But even so, Yen Chutian didn't immediately get up. After lying on the ground for half a quarter of an hour, he finally stood up and helped the puzzled young girl up. Brother Yen, who were those people just now? When Yen Chutian was originally about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. Without any explanation, he carried the young girl and directly shot forward. Less than half an hour after Yen Chutian left, two cold chains suddenly rushed out from the deep forest and collided with the two of them. Following that, four ghost-like figures jumped out from the chains. They were all young girls in red clothes with heavy makeup on their faces. At the same time, they were carrying a big red bridal sedan chair. The bright color was like fresh blood. While escaping, Yen Chutian's expression became extremely ugly as he felt the aura chasing behind him. He never thought that the worst situation would really happen. The big red bridal sedan chair would directly chase after him. With regards to this, Yen Chutian, who knew the temperament of the bridal sedan chair's owner, did not dare to stay for even a moment. After being reborn, Yen Chutian's appearance was completely different from before. This allowed him to avoid too many dangers. However, he still had to be on guard against people like the bridal sedan chair's owner, who was temperamental and would casually kill people. The other party did not need any reason to kill people, so how could Yen Chutian fall into their hands? But even if he knew this, Yen Chutian helplessly discovered that even if he desperately used the mysterious shadow body technique to escape, he could not increase the distance at all. Yen Chutian clearly knew why. The difference in cultivation had reached a certain extent, and even the mysterious shadow body technique had lost its effectiveness. Helpless, Yen Chutian could only hurriedly take out a storage ring and stuff it into Cher's hand. He immediately said solemnly, "Cher, Brother Yen will stop them later. What you need to do is to escape at all costs. Go into the storage ring and wait for me at the location marked on the map in the jade slip." Hearing this, Cher shook her head and refused without even thinking. She did not want to be separated from Yen Chutian at all. Even if there was an extremely terrifying person chasing after her, she was not willing to do so. However, Yen Chutian seemed to have expected the young girl's reaction. He immediately said, "Cher, don't be stubborn. Brother Yen will try his best to escape as soon as possible and meet up with you. But if you don't leave, even if Brother Yen can escape, it will be very difficult to protect you." At this point, how could Cher not understand what Yen Chutian meant? She really wanted to continue refuting him, but she knew that she was a burden. If she insisted on staying, then she would only be a burden to Yen Chutian. Thus, she could only endure her reluctance and nod lightly. Then, under Yen Chutian's orders, she gritted her teeth tightly and continued fleeing forward. As he gazed at the young girl's figure that fled extremely swiftly like an arrow that had left the bow, Yen Chutian similarly felt reluctance in his heart, but he felt even more helpless. He was clearly aware of exactly how much danger Cher would encounter on her journey alone. However, he was even more clearly aware that if Cher were to fall into the hands of the owner of the bridal sedan chair, then it would be even more certain that she would die without a doubt. One path led to certain death, and the other path led to a slim chance of survival. So Yen Chutian was naturally able to make a choice. When Shuer fled, Yen Chutian didn't wait at the same spot, but instead shot in the opposite direction. As such, in just a short while, two chilling chains pierced through a huge tree beside Yen Chutian. Afterwards, four beautiful girls carried a large, red bridal sedan chair and slowly descended above Yen Chutian. "Big brother, why aren't you running anymore?" A young, girlish voice rang out from the bridal sedan chair. However, Yen Chutian knew that the person sitting in the bridal sedan chair was not a young girl, but an old woman who was several hundred years old but was still pretending to be young. Moreover, although the old woman looked gentle and weak, She would not even blink once she began killing. Moreover, she was extremely jealous of all the girls who were prettier than her. She could not allow a woman like that to appear before her, as she would immediately and cruelly kill her. Rogue cultivator Yen Chu greets the evil flower fairy. Yen Chu Tian said respectfully. This time, he did not use Yen Chu's name because he knew how Yen Chu Tian's name would affect the old woman. This did not exceed Yen Chu Tian's expectations. Even though it was just the two words Yen Chu, it was enough to make the woman in the bridal sedan lift the curtains. A faint look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. You said you're called Yen Chu? Yen Chu Tian only let out a sigh of relief after being able to arouse this woman's surprise. He knew that this woman was temperamental and murderous, which was why he took the risk of exposing himself and deliberately spoke. Otherwise, this woman might kill him with a raise of her hand, and he might not even be able to find a chance to escape. Yes, evil flower fairy. Yen Chu Tian still replied respectfully. At the same time, the woman in the bridal sedan started to size up Yen Chu Tian. As she swept her gaze over him, for some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity. However, she knew that Yen Chu Tian had already died at the hands of the Ghost Lord, so the person in front of her could not be him. However, this sense of familiarity, and a name that only differed by a single word, how could there be such a coincidence? Thinking about this, the woman even forgot about the other girl who had escaped. Instead, she stared at Yen Chu Tian. A moment later, she smiled faintly and revealed a flirtatious look. I have something to trouble you with. Can you come with me to the evil flower palace? The woman asked on a whim. However, she also had her own thoughts. If this ant dared to refuse her, she would immediately kill him. An ant did not have the right to refuse her. However, Yen Chu Tian, who already knew her temperament, would not refuse her. He even pretended to be attracted by her flirtatious look and happily agreed. Yen Chu Tian's reaction clearly made the woman very satisfied. Her current attitude had lost some of its nobility and was replaced with gentleness. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 427. Hua! Hundreds of meters in the air, two gigantic chains seemed to be piercing through space. The sound of the chains breaking through the air resounded as they rushed into the hard and steep cliff. After a while, 4 female figures appeared on the chains. Of course, the red bridal sedan was also included. Inside the bridal sedan, Yen Chu Tian was sitting in a corner. In the middle, a beautiful woman in gorgeous clothes was sitting cross-legged. Yen Chu Tian could clearly feel that even though this woman did not seem to be on guard against him, she was aware of every movement he made. Plus, even if she really ignored him, he had no chance of making a move. He knew that this woman's true cultivation level was very close to the heavenly palace realm. With such a huge gap between them, if she wasn't defenseless, he would not be able to heavily injure her. If he failed to steal the chicken, he could only imagine what would be left for him. Thinking about this, Yen Chu Tian could not help but sigh helplessly. As expected, his cultivation level was far too weak. Even if it was an insignificant ant in the past, it was now a colossus to him. The slightest carelessness could consign him to eternal damnation. Phew! Just as Yen Chu Tian was lost in his thoughts, the beautiful woman suddenly exhaled softly and stretched her waist. Her white skin and thin clothes clung tightly together, shining with an alluring light. Seeing this, Yen Chu Tian quickly peeked over. At the same time, he purposely revealed a look of desire. Because he knew that this woman's personality was very strange and extremely narcissistic. Back then, she thought she could attract him and show him her seductive side. At that time, his cultivation level was not weaker than hers. Therefore, he immediately revealed his disgust and fought with her. The result would naturally be an easy victory for him. However, it was also because of this that this woman seemed to have developed a perverted possessiveness towards him. Returning to the topic at hand, sensing the covetous look hidden in Yen Chu Tian's eyes, the woman smiled inwardly as a faint sense of pride grew in her heart. This feeling was completely different from before. It made her immediately think of the man who looked down on her. Looking back, she felt that the ant in front of her was very similar to that man. It was because of this that she felt unprecedentedly satisfied. Bang! Just then, the entire bridal sedan made a noise. It was obvious that the bridal sedan had landed on the ground. Only then did the beautiful woman slightly retract her smile. However, she still spoke to Yan Chutian seductively, "Come out with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead and stepped out of the sedan chair. Outside the bridal sedan, there was a huge garden. In front of it, there were palaces. This must be the evil flower palace that the beautiful woman was talking about. At the same time, under the bridal sedan, there were already two extremely handsome young men with smiles on their faces and figures waiting. Seeing the seductive woman walk out of the bridal sedan, they were all full of smiles and couldn't wait to rush forward. However, their bodies quickly stiffened. This was because they saw another figure walk out of the bridal sedan behind the beautiful woman. Moreover, they could clearly feel that the beautiful lady did not even look at them from the beginning until the end. She only led the unfamiliar man and walked step by step towards the large hall. The one who followed the beautiful woman out of the bridal sedan was naturally Yan Chutian. At the same time, he also saw the two extremely handsome young men. From their reactions, Yan Chutian immediately thought of two words: male pet. However, this was not what he cared about. He was only worried about how the beautiful woman would deal with him and how he would find a way to leave the evil flower palace. At the same time, under the lead of the bewitching woman, Yan Chutian entered a large hall. Looking around, the main hall was extremely spacious and luxurious. Although Yan Chutian was not used to luxury, he knew that such living conditions were normal for a cultivator who was close to the heavens palace realm. Moreover, this woman was a disciple of the divine realm. The divine realm was the only overlord of the divine continent. From now on, you will live here temporarily. If you need anything, you can call for the servant girls waiting outside the hall. Suddenly, the beautiful woman's soft voice rang out. This made Yan Chutian suddenly come back to his senses. Could it be that this woman also wanted to treat him as a male pet? Thinking of that possibility made Yan Chutian feel extremely disgusted. Moreover, he really could not understand. Could it be that she wanted to take him into her harem just because of a name similar to his previous life? However, Yan Chutian still had to nod respectfully on the surface. He knew this beautiful woman too well. Although she appeared gentle now, as long as he disobeyed her, she would become temperamental and directly attack him. Yan Chutian's obedient appearance made the beautiful woman very satisfied. However, just as she was about to say something, a servant girl rushed in and whispered into her ear. As the servant girl whispered, the beautiful woman's face gradually became serious. Then, she forced a smile at Yan Chutian and immediately flew in another direction with a cold expression. The beautiful woman's reaction made Yan Chutian guess that she must have encountered something troublesome. In this way, she should not be able to leave in a short period of time, and he would have the opportunity to try to escape. Thinking of this, when the servant girl also left, Yan Chutian could not hesitate. He immediately searched around the hall. After some investigation, Yan Chutian's face gradually became serious. This was because even if he could leave the hall, as soon as he left, there would be a large formation that would lock onto him. If he did not escape, the large formation would only lock onto him and would not activate. However, once he tried to escape, the large formation would immediately explode. When the large formation exploded, not only would it alarm everyone in the evil flower palace, but it would also explode with a suction force that would be enough to trap him for a while. In other words, if he wanted to leave here, it would be extremely troublesome. First, he would have to break this large formation. Then, he continued to investigate. Yan Chutian's face did not look much better because this large formation was extremely complicated. Even if he had extraordinary attainments in the array Tao, it would be very difficult to break it. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess that the time it would take would not be short. However, at this point, what could Yan Chutian do? He could only obediently explore the large formation bit by bit and begin to break it. In the next half a day, the beautiful woman did not appear as Yan Chutian had expected. He also walked out of the hall and into the courtyard to feel the network of the formation on a deeper level. Fortunately, Yan Chutian had been studying the inheritance formation of the Great Spirit Human Sovereign all this time. Therefore, even half a day ago, he had not investigated the large formation much. However, at this time, he had gradually grasped the network of the large formation and was waiting for an opportunity to find a way to break it. However, the way to break it would not be smooth. Just as he was quietly investigating and comprehending, two figures suddenly appeared behind him. Sensing the appearance of the aura behind him, Yan Chutian immediately withdrew from his comprehension. Shifting his gaze slightly, the figures of two extremely handsome young men appeared in his line of sight. These two people were not the male pets of the two beautiful women that Yan Chutian had met half a day ago when he had just arrived here. Yan Chutian did not have the time or interest to pay attention to these two people. After glancing at them, he closed his eyes again and continued to scan with his spiritual eye, shrouding the surrounding area. However, just because Yan Chutian did not want to pay attention to the two of them, it did not mean that the two of them had the same idea. The two young men looked at each other and immediately revealed a fierce look. The spiritual energy in their hands was violent, and they crazily bombarded Yan Chutian. However, just as the spiritual energy of the two men was about to hit Yan Chutian, the latter's figure suddenly disappeared from his original spot like a ghost. Boom! The violent spiritual energy bombarded and directly bombarded a huge rock in front of them into pieces. As the huge rock fragments flew, Yan Chutian's figure appeared in front of the two men again. However, this time, compared to before, he clearly had a more ferocious aura. Chapter 428. Around Yan Chutian, a dense baleful aura was emitted and his gaze was filled with faint murderous intent. It was no wonder that he was so irritable and was forced to be separated from Cher and imprisoned in the evil flower palace. The anger in his heart had naturally accumulated to a certain degree. Previously, he had been restraining himself because he didn't have the strength to fight against that coquettish woman. However, just as he was trying his best to break the formation, two 9th-level Yuan Dan cultivators had come out to disturb him. How could he not let the anger that he had been suppressing in his heart spread out? But towards Yan Chutian's baleful aura, the two 9th-level Origin Core Realm youths acted as if they did not hear him at all. Their faces were cold as they looked down at him from above. Where did this wild thing come from? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because the Palace Lord brought you into the main hall? If you know what's good for you, immediately kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, if you provoke us, we'll definitely let you know what the rules are here. The two young men coldly shouted. Their thoughts were very simple. This guy was brought into the evil flower palace by the Palace Lord and could enter the main hall. How could this continue? Wouldn't he be able to ride on the two of them in a short period of time? This definitely couldn't happen. They had to show him who was in charge and let him know that he couldn't do whatever he wanted just because the Palace Lord favored him. Yan Chutian could more or less guess what the two of them were thinking. He couldn't help but sneer. He had no interest in the old woman's favor and was eager to leave this place. However, he was too lazy to explain anything to the two of them. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger and he could vent it on these two guys. With this in mind, Yan Chutian naturally didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and violent spirit energy rushed out like a dragon, directly suppressing the two of them. Although the two of them were 9th-layer elixir cultivators, they weren't worth mentioning in Yan Chutian's eyes. These two people usually only thought about how to curry favor with that old woman. Their true strength was probably only at the 8th level of elixir. Therefore, in front of Yen Chutian, what could they amount to? However, while Yen Chutian was thinking this way, in the eyes of the two handsome youths, Yen Chutian was acting recklessly. A mere level 7 elixir dared to initiate an attack against the two of them. What else could it be other than courting death? Haha! You really don't know the meaning of death. Very well, I'll let you understand the true rules of the Evil Flower Palace. The two of them sneered, and the same violent spirit force surged around them. To the two of them, this kind of spiritual power was incomparably strong, but to Yen Chutian, it was extremely weak and could be easily broken. Sure enough, when the two of them fiercely collided, even if the two of them were level 9 elixir cultivators, they were easily torn apart by Yen Chutian. The surging spirit force continued to surge forward like a dragon and heavily bombarded the two handsome youths. It directly sent them flying, and blood spurted out of their mouth. When they fell to the ground and struggled to get up, the two of them no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, their faces were filled with shock and even fear. How could they have thought that their attacks would be so weak in the hands of a level 7 elixir cultivator and be easily broken? Didn't this mean that if the other party wanted to kill them, it would be an easy matter? Thinking about this, the two of them even forgot about their shock and hurriedly shouted with panic and fear. You can't kill us. We are the palace master's favored concubines. You can't kill us. Hearing the two of them say the words, favored concubines, so calmly, Yen Chutian was speechless to the extreme. These two people really threw away all their dignity. They also thought too much. Yen Chutian was not the kind of person who liked to kill. Moreover, if he killed them and lured the old woman back, the situation would be very bad. Get lost. Therefore, Yen Chutian only shouted coldly. Seeing Yen Chutian's cold shout, the two of them did not dare to stay for a moment and hurriedly fled. Until the two of them disappeared in front of his eyes, Yen Chutian slowly calmed down and continued to explore the network of the large array in the courtyard with his spiritual eye. In the next 2 days, the old woman did not appear again, and the two male pets did not dare to come again. This allowed Yen Chutian to vaguely grasp the network of the large array. This made Yen Chutian extremely happy. As long as he could follow the vine to the melon and follow the network of the large array, he could erase his traces from the array in a short period of time and take the opportunity to escape. Another 2 days later, the network of the large array was incomparably clear under Yen Chutian's spiritual eye. He could even use the large array to observe the surrounding environment of the hall behind him. However, it just so happened that at this time, a beautiful figure finally stepped into the hall that had been silent for a long time. Sensing the former stepping in, Yen Chutian hurriedly restrained all of his aura and pretended to be immersed in cultivation. On the other side, the beautiful woman stepped into the hall and walked into the courtyard at the back. Following this, Yen Chutian felt a fragrance approach, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar woman. Before Yen Chutian could speak, the beautiful woman spoke first. "I heard you injured 2 of my concubines?" Hearing that, Yen Chutian's heart tightened, but he did not reply. This was because he did not know how the old woman would react. If she attacked him because of the 2 male pets, he would be in a terrible situation. But soon, Yen Chutian breathed a sigh of relief as the beautiful woman didn't linger for long. She smiled faintly and said in a seductive manner, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you because of them. However, since you know that I am the evil flower fairy, you should know what kind of person I am. I won't hide it from you then. As long as you serve me well, you will be able to obtain many things that you have never imagined. However, if you don't serve me well, you should know the consequences." Hearing the beautiful woman, Hu Xian, reveal everything so straightforwardly, Yen Chutian immediately sneered in his heart. This Hu Xian was the first person who could shamelessly recruit male pet. She had probably slept with many men in the divine realm in order to reach her current position, right? However, even if he sneered in his heart, Yan Chutian had no choice but to quickly nod. Seeing Yan Chutian tactfully nod, the smile on Hu Xian's face became even wider. Following this, she grabbed Yan Chutian's hand and placed it on her chest as if she was rewarding him. Haha, rather than saying that I'm serving me well, it's better to say that I'm benefiting you. Hu Xian laughed softly. However, she did not know that her actions made Yan Chutian feel extremely disgusted. Yan Chutian could completely imagine how dissolute her life must have been for her to do such a thing. Following this, Yan Chutian saw Hu Xian take out a robe from her storage space. Yan Chutian did not know if it was his own misconception, but he felt a familiar aura from the robe. When Yan Chutian truly received the robe, all the feelings in his heart were confirmed. The robe really did contain his aura. To be precise, the robe originally belonged to him. It was just that he had casually thrown it away after it was broken. However, he did not expect that Hu Xian would actually pick up the clothes he had thrown away. Just how perverted was this old woman's temperament? Go wash up, change your clothes, and come out to see me. After leading Yan Chutian into the main hall, Hu Xian turned around and spoke softly. Then, without waiting for Yan Chutian's reply, she directly ordered the servant girl who had been waiting for a long time to send him into the washroom. After entering the washroom and looking at the robe in his hands, how could Yan Chutian not understand what Hu Xian wanted to do to him? This woman actually wanted him to disguise himself as Yan Chutian, or rather, the Yan Chutian from his previous life to serve her. However, this was absolutely impossible. Not to mention that Qiuyu, whose life and death was unknown, was still in the Jade Ring's space. Even he himself was extremely disgusted by Hu Xian. He did not even want to touch her, let alone serve her. However, if he did not do so, that woman would definitely kill him in her anger. Furthermore, how could he, who was at the 7th level of the Elixir realm, resist against her, who was close to the Heavenly Palace realm? Yan Chutian was filled with impatience. He did not even notice when the servant girl began to try to take off his clothes. Only when his upper body was completely exposed did he suddenly regain his senses and hurriedly ask the servant girls to leave. Chapter 429. In the bathroom, Yan Chutian's mind was tense. He had never been a casual person when it came to matters between men and women. Otherwise, in his previous life, he wouldn't have done anything to a woman like Qiuyu, who was so beautiful. However, what made it extremely troublesome was that Hu Xian's cultivation was too strong, close to the Heavenly Palace stage. If he were to offend her head-on, it would be difficult for him to escape death today. Therefore, this was a dilemma. After pondering for a long time, Yan Chutian finally regained his senses when he felt a faint warmth in his chest. After regaining his senses, he couldn't help but laugh. At this time, he had already made a decision in his heart. No matter what, he couldn't go against his heart's wishes. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, he couldn't obey Hu Xian. However, he couldn't fight her head-on. Instead, he had to use some special methods or even take a gamble. After half a quarter of an hour, Yan Chutian finally walked out of the bathroom slowly. At this moment, he was already wearing the clothes he used to wear, and he no longer restrained his aura. Therefore, if one didn't look at his face and only sensed it slightly, it was as if the Yan Chutian from the past had once again appeared in the heaven realm. It was also because of this that even Hu Xian was momentarily dazed. Then, even if she came back to her senses and knew that the guy in front of her was just a substitute, deep down in her heart, there was still a perverted sense of satisfaction that continued to grow. "Come here," Hu Xian said gently. At this moment, she was already half lying on the bed. Her thin clothes covered half of her body, and her fair skin shone with a faint luster. It was extremely alluring. Yan Chutian slowly walked towards her. Without needing Hu Xian to say anything, his palm took the initiative to climb onto her slender waist and slowly moved around. Under Yan Chutian's actions, Hu Xian's beautiful face flushed red. She closed her beautiful eyes and no longer moved. She enjoyed this moment of comfort. Of course, the current her was not imagining the guy in front of her, but the Yen Chutian who had once belittled and even trampled on her beauty. If she knew that the two of them were the same person, who knew how she would react? At the same time, Yen Chutian forcefully endured the feeling of disgust in his heart. As his palm roamed around the other party's body, threads of mysterious yang qi continuously extended into the other party's body. Yen Chutian controlled this very carefully, because he knew that if he acted in the slightest bit too hastily, it would be detected by Hu Xian. However, what made Yen Chutian feel relieved was that this woman seemed to only be enjoying herself and did not notice it at all. He also understood that Hu Xian must have never sensed the profound yang qi before, which was why she did not sense it. Otherwise, if it was spiritual energy, no matter how careful he was, he would have been immediately detected. At the same time, Yen Chutian's as his palm roamed around, her body became even hotter. She seemed to be unable to suppress the desire in her heart and impatiently reached out to grab Yen Chutian's chest, wanting to tear his clothes apart. However, it was also at this moment that Yen Chutian finally stopped hiding. His roaming palm suddenly pressed down, and immediately condensed a surging force, fiercely smashing towards the former's chest. However, no matter how fast Yen Chutian's movements were, the woman who was still in a daze a moment ago felt her entire body turn cold in the next moment. The violent spiritual energy directly rushed over, forcefully collapsing Yen Chutian's attack and sending him flying. Feeling the huge force that sent him flying, Yen Chutian had to admit that the gap between him and Hu Xian was too big. Even though he was the one who made the first move, he was still detected by the other party in the first moment. Under the explosion of the protective spiritual energy, he was directly pushed away. However, he did not really expect to subdue the other party with just this attack. "You're courting death." At the same time, Hu Xian, who had already put on her robe, looked coldly at Yen Chutian who was sent flying by her. With a cold shout, she did not even want to ask for the reason and directly wanted to kill the other party. Her temperament was like this. She did not ask for the reason. As long as they dared to offend her, she would kill them. However, just as she raised her hand, she suddenly felt a strange and inexplicable force erupting from all over her body. Caught off guard, even she did not know what to do. And how could Yen Chutian let go of such an opportunity? Boom! Violent spiritual energy erupted again, but in addition to the explosion of spiritual energy, Yen Chutian also tried his best to circulate the mysterious yang qi that was sent into Hu Xian's body, trying his best to prevent her from mobilizing her power. Seeing Yen Chutian pouncing towards her again, and the inexplicable force that was constantly erupting in her body, how could Hu Xian not understand that all of this was the doing of this male cultivator in front of her? An ant who was only at the 7th level of elixir actually dared to scheme against her. He really did not know what was good for him. However, no matter how angry Hu Xian was, she was still shocked to find that she could not mobilize any power. This finally caused a trace of panic to appear within her anger. Boom! In the next moment, Yen Chutian's aggressive spiritual energy fiercely collided with her body, directly sending her flying and crashing into the corner of the bed. This made Hu Xian feel extremely humiliated. She tried her best to disperse the inexplicable force that invaded her body. She swore that as long as she let herself recover, the first thing she would do was to tear the other party into pieces. But how could Yen Chutian, who was taking a risk or even a gamble, fail at the last moment? Almost at the same moment when Hu Xian smashed into the corner, Yen Chutian's body followed closely behind. He grabbed her snow-white neck with one hand and fixed her body with the other. At the same time, it was still as if there was an endless stream of energy. The mysterious yang qi continuously poured into the former's body. And in the situation where he had the initiative, Yan Chutian directly used a huge amount of mysterious yang qi to cut off the connection between her consciousness and her body. After doing all this, Yan Chutian was already panting and his entire body was extremely weak. Because in this short period of time, he had completely exhausted the mysterious yang qi in his body. Facing Hu Xian, who was almost at the heavenly palace stage, Yan Chutian did not dare to hold back. He activated all of his mysterious yang qi without holding back. Otherwise, as long as he gave her a little chance, this woman would be able to break through the shackles of the mysterious yang qi and kill him in an instant. But even so, Yan Chutian did not dare to relax in the slightest. Since the mysterious yang qi was exhausted, then he would set up a formation. Even if he could not kill this woman, he had to prevent her from recovering. At this moment, although Hu Xian's consciousness was cut off from her body, it did not mean that she had lost consciousness. On the contrary, she was still extremely clear, and it was because of this clarity that she was even more terrified. She had never thought that a cultivator who was only at the 7th level of elixir could trap her to this extent. Did this mean that he had the means to kill her? You don't do anything rash. I am a disciple of the divine realm. If you dare to kill me, not to mention the divine continent, even in the vicinity of the evil flower palace, you will not live for more than an hour. It was also because of this that Hu Xian no longer cared about any pride and immediately threatened him sternly. But although it was a threat, what she said was also the truth. As long as she died, many people in the evil flower palace would notice. At that time, with the power that Yan Chutian possessed, only death would await him. And as if he had heard Hu Xian's threat, Yan Chutian really seemed to be hesitating. But the former did not know that Yan Chutian did not stop because of the threat, but because he could not kill her at all. But after hearing her threat, Yan Chutian gradually had an idea, and it quickly appeared in his mind. Yan Chutian's eyes were cold as he coldly shouted, Hu Xian, release your yuanying. As long as you let me brand your soul, I will not kill you. But hearing this, Hu Xian did not even think and directly shook her head in refusal. Because this choice was no different from becoming his puppet. Yan Chutian had also expected this. He did not expect Hu Xian to be so stupid. Then you must swear an essence soul oath that you will not chase after me and will not reveal any information about me. This time, Hu Xian became silent, because compared to the first choice, this choice was clearly much better. But this choice meant that she could only let him go and could not harm him at all. But this ant had put her in such a difficult position, so how could she let him go so easily? Ha! Hu Xian, if you are still unwilling, then we can fight to the death. Even if I die, I will take you with me, evil flower fairy. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 430. Of the two choices, she would never agree to the former even if she had to die. However, the latter only meant that she could not hurt the other party and would not cause any harm to herself. Therefore, her attitude could not be as firm as before and was constantly wavering. Seeing Hu Xian's silence, how could Yan Chutian not know that she was hesitating? At this moment, his mind was unprecedentedly tense because even if he could trap the other party for a while, there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. Even if he could trap the other party, there was no possibility of killing her. Therefore, Yan Chutian was gambling. From the other party's words just now, he was betting that Hu Xian was not sure if he had the strength to kill her. Now, it was obvious that he was halfway to success. Therefore, how could Yan Chutian give Hu Xian more time to think? Immediately, he activated all the strength in his body. Even if he had no chance of killing the other party, he had to pretend. Yan Chutian's actions made Hu Xian feel even more pressured. She did not want to let go of the ant in front of her who made her feel so embarrassed. Moreover, in the depths of her heart, she also found it hard to believe that a small elixir ant could threaten her life. However, in the face of the oppressive power, she did not dare to take the risk. because although she killed people like flies, she cherished her life very much. No matter how doubtful she was, she definitely did not dare to gamble with her life. I, Hu Xian, swear on my soul, therefore, in the next moment, facing Yan Chutian's cold eyes, Hu Xian was almost gnashing her teeth as she spat out the words one by one. When she spat out the last word, Yan Chutian suddenly dispersed all the spiritual energy and sat on the ground. Then, he did not care about Hu Xian's existence and quickly recovered his spiritual energy. Because of the soul oath, he knew that the other party would not dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, if she violated the oath, her soul would be shattered and she would be completely annihilated from this world. At the same time that Yan Chutian dispersed all of his power, Hu Xian had already sat cross-legged. Without Yan Chutian's control, the invading power in her body was completely dispersed in an instant. But even after dispersing her spirit energy, she could only stare at Yan Chutian with an incomparably cold gaze, unable to do anything. Just as Yan Chutian knew, even she didn't dare to violate the shackles of the Origin Soul Oath. Even if she was in the Yuanying realm, she wouldn't dare to violate the Origin Soul Oath even if she was in the Heavenly Palace realm. The Essence Soul Oath was like the Heavenly Tao of the Heavenly Realm. Under the Heavenly Tao, all living things were equal. Although she was unable to do anything, Hu Xian muttered softly after pondering for a moment. Her beautiful eyes flickered. "Who are you?" She definitely did not believe that the other was a normal level 7 elixir Xiozha. If he was really such an ordinary ant, how could he force him to do this? She had no choice but to swear the Origin Soul Oath. But what made Hu Xian go crazy was that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of responding to her whispers. This made her want to slap the other party to pieces. No matter how strange he was only in the elixir realm. What was he in front of her? But when she thought of the Origin Soul Oath, she could only angrily suppress her desire. If she slapped the other party to death, then her Origin Soul Oath would shatter in the next moment and completely disappear. After that, Hu Xian could only walk out of the hall. Otherwise, if she saw the arrogant Yan Chutian again, even with the Origin Soul Oath, she couldn't help but kill him. At the same time, Yan Chutian didn't care when he felt the huge aura in the hall disappear. The Origin Soul Oath was equivalent to a life-saving shackle. At the very least, Hu Xian definitely wouldn't do anything to him, unless she didn't want to live anymore. Furthermore, Yan Chutian specially made Hu Xian swear the Origin Soul Oath that she couldn't reveal any information about him to others. In other words, she couldn't let others kill him. At the same time, seeing Hu Xian walk out of the hall with a gloomy face, the servant girls waiting outside the hall didn't find it strange. In the past, it wasn't like there hadn't been such a precedent when the palace lord had a male pet. And at this time, it was time for them to take the field and clean up the ant that had been killed by the palace master. But after a few breaths, when the two servant girls who stepped into the hall saw Yan Chutian sitting cross-legged in the hall, they couldn't help but be shocked. The palace master left the hall with a gloomy face. This male pet wasn't killed and was sitting cross-legged in the hall unscathed? For a moment, the two servant girls were at a loss, but then they came back to their senses and silently left the hall. They didn't dare to do anything to Yan Chutian because they didn't believe that Hu Xian couldn't do anything to Yan Chutian. The other party was safe and sound now because the palace master didn't have the intention to kill him. And since the palace master didn't kill him, how could they, two little servant girls, dare? As the figure walked out of the hall, Yan Chutian remained indifferent. Until a day later, when the mysterious yang qi in his body gradually recovered, he finally let out a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. At this time, Yan Chutian was no longer as powerless as when he entered the evil flower palace. Yesterday's frightening but not dangerous experience allowed him to obtain the protection of an Origin Soul Oath after all. Even if his true identity was exposed, Hu Xian couldn't do anything to him, and the divine domain couldn't get the news of his resurrection from her. However, to be on the safe side, he wouldn't do something so unnecessary. And since there was no more danger now, he naturally wanted to get the method to leave the evil flower palace from Hu Xian. However, when Yan Chutian walked out of the hall, he didn't expect to bump into Hu Xian. Her expression was much calmer than before. But it was also different from yesterday. The current Yan Chutian didn't have the slightest bit of charm when facing Hu Xian. Her beautiful face was now filled with coldness and sternness. "Who are you? Why did you sneak into my evil flower palace?" Seeing Yan Chutian again, Hu Xian didn't beat around the bush and directly shouted coldly. However, facing Hu Xian, the current Yan Chutian didn't need to fear her anymore. He smiled and replied, "Evil flower fairy, I'm just a wandering cultivator. As for sneaking into the evil flower palace, I'm afraid you don't remember the situation that day, right?" Yan Chutian's reply made Hu Xian choke. Her face stiffened for a moment before finally recovering. However, her reaction made Yan Chutian somewhat suspicious, because according to his understanding of her, even if there was a source soul oath, she definitely wouldn't swallow her anger. After all, the source soul oath only restricted her from making a move against him, it didn't restrict her temperament. Then, Hu Xian spoke again, which finally made him understand why she had such a reaction. "I don't care who you are or what your goal is, but even if there's a source soul oath, you can forget about leaving the evil flower palace. Unless you do something for me." With Hu Xian's words, how could Yan Chutian not understand that the other party had a request for him? He also knew where Hu Xian's confidence came from. As long as he didn't have her permission, if he forcefully left the evil flower palace, he would be locked onto by the formation. At the same time, the palace's experts would appear and wipe out anyone who tried to escape. If Yan Chutian was killed because of this, then even if there was a source soul oath, Hu Xian wouldn't suffer any backlash. However, Hu Xian didn't know that even without her permission, Yan Chutian could still leave the evil flower palace. It would just take more time. However, Yan Chutian didn't immediately say it because he also wanted to know what this woman wanted him to do. With her cultivation that was close to the Heaven's Palace realm, what couldn't she do? Why would she need him? "May I ask, evil flower fairy, what is it that you need to trouble a mere elixir cultivator like me?" If it wasn't for that fellow interfering, why would I need an ant like you?" Hu Xian coldly snorted in disdain. If there wasn't a reason for this, why would she threaten this elixir ant in her eyes? Although this elixir ant's cultivation was only at the 7th stage of the elixir realm, his methods and abilities were probably second to none below the Yuanying realm. In order to protect herself, how could she miss this opportunity? Hu Xian already felt that she could grasp Yan Chutian in the palm of her hand, so she didn't even think too much about it and quickly told him everything. From her words, Yan Chutian finally understood what it was that made her want to threaten him. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 431. After listening to Hu Xian's nonchalant explanation, Yan Chutian gradually understood why this woman would threaten him like this. It turned out that the matter she wanted from him was related to the Black Heavenly Treasure Jade. The Black Heavenly Treasure Jade was not an ordinary item. It was a heavenly treasure and its grade had reached the demon grade. The Black Heavenly Treasure Jade's effects were extremely strong. It could help a Yuanying practitioner nourish their Yuanying. After a long period of nourishment, it would naturally greatly increase the practitioner's Yuanying, thereby increasing the practitioner's overall strength. Moreover, even if one's cultivation broke through to the Yuanying stage, they could absorb all of the Black Heavenly Treasure Jade during the breakthrough and transform it into the purest energy at the moment of breakthrough. This way, although it could not greatly increase the gap between them and cultivators of the same Heavenly Palace stage, they could be slightly stronger. Most of the time, a slight increase in strength could often reverse the situation. It was also because of this that Yan Chutian would not hesitate to reject Hu Xian before, but now, because of the Black Heavenly Treasure Jade, he would not reject her. Of course, Yen Chutian did not refuse, not because he gave in to her threat, but because he also wanted a share of the black heavenly treasure jade. Yen Chutian did not beat around the bush for Hu Xian. Hu Xian, I can help you obtain the black heavenly treasure jade, but if it succeeds, I want at least half of the black heavenly treasure jade. Hu Xian did not expect Yen Chutian's words, because in her opinion, this was clearly an opportunity for him to leave the evil flower palace, but this elixir cultivator actually dared to demand an exorbitant price and covet the black heavenly treasure jade? Therefore, when she came back to her senses, she did not even think about it and immediately shook her head with a cold smile. He, you don't have the qualifications to make a deal with me, Hu Xian. However, what Hu Xian did not expect was that after she laughed coldly, Yen Chutian acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if he would not do anything if she did not agree. In any case, she could not do anything to him. This made her, who was usually temperamental, feel for the first time that her emotions were completely controlled by the other party. All that was left was anger. But this Hu Xian was also very decisive. Seeing Yen Chutian's appearance of a dead pig not fearing boiling water, she immediately left, leaving behind a sentence filled with iciness. Then you will be trapped in this evil flower palace forever. At the same time, Yen Chutian did not mind at all as he watched and sensed that the other party was truly leaving. He had interacted with this woman in his previous life, so it could be said that he understood Hu Xian too well. With this woman's temperament, as long as it was something that she did not hesitate to threaten, it would definitely be an extremely difficult time for her. As long as she wanted to ensure that nothing went wrong, she would have to look for him again. At that time, all he had to do was to slightly lower the amount of black heavenly treasure jade he needed, and everything would fall into place. With this thought in mind, Yen Chutian was not in a hurry. He sat down cross-legged and continued. He spread out his mind and grasped the veins of the evil flower palace's formation. Since she wanted to negotiate with that woman, she naturally had to make sure that her conditions were perfect. Reality was just as Yen Chutian had expected. Even the time that Hu Xian arrived was similar to what Yen Chutian had estimated. A day later, the palace was opened once again. However, this time, Hu Xian did not come alone. Behind her, there were two well-built men who followed closely. Both of their cultivations were extremely powerful, both at level 9 elixir. Moreover, from the auras around their bodies, it seemed that they had grasped the 5 element powers. Grasping the 5 element powers was akin to knocking on the door to the Yuanying realm. Yen Chutian glanced at the two of them, and the two of them also glanced at him. From their gazes, Yen Chutian was not surprised to sense a thick sense of disdain. That's right, he was a level 7 elixir cultivator. It would be strange if 2 level 9 elixir cultivators who had grasped the 5 element powers took him seriously. Sensing the reaction of the two, Yen Chutian did not care. He only watched Hu Xian's movements. He wanted to know why this woman had brought these 2 elixir cultivators. Soon, Hu Xian gave him the answer. The former's face was cold and expressionless. However, Yen Chutian could still feel that the latter's expressionless face was filled with anger. If you want this palace master to agree to your request, show me your strength first. In short words, Hu Xian had completely explained her intentions. Yen Chutian also understood that the 2 people behind him were used to prove his strength. Yen Chutian did not find this strange. He only smiled faintly and looked at Hu Xian. Palace Master, how do you want to prove it? As Yen Chutian's voice fell, Hu Xian did not answer him. Instead, she looked at the 2 people behind her. Under Hu Xian's signal, the 2 elixir cultivators took a step forward. Then, the white-haired middle-aged man on the left laughed softly and said, Palace Master, you don't have to be sad for this guy. He is merely a level 7 elixir cultivator. Even if he has some tricks up his sleeve, how can he fight with us? Palace Master, I alone will be able to defeat this cultivator. As for the fight, just leave it to the 2 of us. We will definitely help you take back the black heavenly treasure jade. The arrogant reaction of the two elixir cultivators obviously made Hu Xian unhappy. However, among her subordinates, the strongest Yuan Dan stage practitioners she could find were these two people. Therefore, she did not say anything in the end. She only silently retreated and left the hall to the three of them. Just as the white-haired middle-aged man said, he stepped forward while the black-haired man calmly retreated. He clasped his hands together and had a mocking look on his face. Palace Master actually left a mere level 7 elixir cultivator for the two of them to deal with. Even if this elixir cultivator was at level 7. No matter how strange this guy was, how could he possibly fight with the two of them? Haha, if you know what's good for you, break one of your arms and apologize to Palace Master. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The white-haired middle-aged man coldly glanced at Yan Chutian. There was not much seriousness in his expression. This was normal. Normally, this kind of cultivator was like an ant in front of him. Facing his disdainful words, Yan Chutian naturally did not reply. He only slowly stepped forward and the surrounding spiritual energy slowly surged. However, his actions only received an even more disdainful sneer from the middle-aged man. Ridiculous! With a low shout, the middle-aged man also circulated his spiritual energy. The powerful spiritual energy belonging to level 9 elixir cultivators flowed out and turned into a huge spiritual mountain. It went straight for Yan Chutian to suppress him. In his opinion, this kind of spiritual energy pressure would be able to suppress him to the point that he would not be able to raise his head. However, when the spiritual energy mountain truly suppressed him, the result would definitely be out of the middle-aged man's expectations. The spiritual mountain pressed down, but it was only half a foot above Yan Chutian's head, and could not go any further. Such a scene also caused the middle-aged man's sneer to gradually freeze. This was only a level 7 elixir cultivator. How could he so easily block the power of his spiritual mountain? Humph, you're not so weak. However, this sneer quickly turned into a cold snort. The middle-aged man coldly snorted and circulated the spiritual energy around him. Even if he did not use any spiritual spells, the surging spiritual energy condensed into a heavy broadsword. A powerful force continuously spread out. Under such a broadsword of spiritual energy, even a level 9 elixir cultivator would be heavily injured by this broadsword. It was obvious that the slight surprise just now had already aroused the middle-aged man's ferocious nature. With this attack, he wanted to end this unnecessary exchange of blows. Facing the floating broadsword of spiritual energy, Yan Chutian's expression did not change at all. This was because this level of attack could not arouse any fluctuations in him. It was not like he had not defeated a half-step Yuanying before, not to mention this guy in front of him who had just grasped the strength of the 5 forces. Therefore, facing such an attack, Yan Chutian's reaction was extremely domineering. He only slowly raised his right fist and suddenly punched out. It looked like an ordinary punch, but when this punch was thrown out, the berserk power that covered the sky and covered the earth had already surged out, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. However, it was clearly too late for him to realize it now. The power of Yan Chutian's punch directly shattered the broadsword of spiritual energy. The remaining power did not decrease and continued to rush towards the middle-aged man. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he immediately exclaimed. He did not expect that this level 7 elixir cultivator would suddenly burst out with such a powerful force. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 432. Boom! A huge roar resounded. Even though the middle-aged man had already sensed it, the massive amount of spiritual energy still sent him flying several feet away. Furthermore, this was just an ordinary punch from the other party. When the middle-aged man steadied himself and raised his gaze, the gaze that shot towards Yan Chutian no longer contained the slightest bit of calmness, but was filled with fury and malevolence. This was because he could not bear to see himself in such a sorry state in the hands of a level 7 elixir cultivator. Even though he could not use common sense to judge, he was still a level 9 elixir cultivator. How could he? Jean Quan, don't be careless and fail miserably. At the same time, the black-haired man, who had been watching from the side, had a serious expression on his face. How could he not see that the level 7 elixir cultivator in front of him could not be underestimated by normal standards? The power displayed by that punch had most likely reached the 9th level of the Yuan Dan stage. Hearing the black-haired middle-aged man, Jean Quan shook his head immediately. He admitted that Yan Chutian had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, it was also because he was careless just now. Now, he was going to display his true strength and not give the other party any chance to take a breather. When he thought of this, Jean Quan immediately shouted in a low voice. Immediately, waves of mysterious and fierce aura continuously appeared on his body. This was the power of the 5 directions. At the same time Jean Quan displayed the power of the 5 directions, Hu Xian finally cast a solemn gaze towards Yan Chutian. She knew that Yan Chutian had extraordinary means. However, the strongest power in the elixir realm was ultimately the power gathered by the spiritual inscriptions. If he had not mastered the strength of the 5 forces, no matter how strange it would be a fatal flaw in his strength. However, could he condense 5 spiritual inscriptions when he was only at level 7 elixir? One had to know that even she herself had not managed to form 5 spiritual inscriptions when she was at the 7th level of the primal core realm. The power of the 5 directions surged, and a strong sense of pride surged on Jean Quan's face. The strength of the 5 forces was his greatest reliance. In his opinion, it was impossible for a level 7 elixir cultivator to condense 5 spiritual inscriptions, so what could he use to fight against him? After sneering, Jean Quan didn't hesitate at all. He immediately formed a fist and punched straight at Yan Chutian. Of course, the fist form was only secondary. The most important thing was the enormous power of the 5 directions that enveloped the fist form. With the existence of the force of 5 directions, his punch was unstoppable. No matter what kind of strange technique was used, it would not be able to stop it. If Jean Quan were to face those elixir cultivators who had not condensed 5 spirit tattoos and mastered the power of the 5 directions, the power of Jean Quan's punch would probably be unstoppable. It was a pity that he was facing Yan Chutian, a person who had already started to condense his 6th spirit pattern when he was only at the 7th level of elixir. Thus, how could he possibly possess the power of the 5 directions? How could he not master it? Therefore, this time, Yan Chutian was still calm. When the fist form was about to land, he suddenly raised his right fist and punched forward. Boom! A huge explosion resounded once again. The result this time was destined to shock everyone once again, because Jean Quan, who had already used the power of the 5 directions, was still smashed backwards after the fist form collided. His power of the 5 directions was also suppressed by the opponent's powerful strength and was rolled back. Jean Quan once again retreated a few feet in a sorry state, but this time, his sorry state could no longer attract any attention from him. He only stared at Yan Chutian, or rather, at his right fist, because he really couldn't believe that his power of the 5 directions was suppressed by his strength. Could it be Hu Xian, who had been watching from the side, had a shocked expression on her face? She secretly hid it. If other people still had their doubts, then she was already certain. The power that appeared in Yan Chutian's hand was the power of the 5 directions. Even if she had imagined that Yan Chutian could control the power of the 5 directions, when this scene really happened, she still could not suppress the shock in her heart. After all, Yan Chutian's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the elixir. Actually, at this point, Hu Xian had already decided to agree to Yan Chutian's request. After all, she could see that the two people under her were probably not Yan Chutian's match. However, she wanted to see Yan Chutian's strength clearly and use this opportunity to suppress him. Wanting to get half of the black heavenly treasure jade from her was simply a dream. Giving her 30% or even 20% was her limit. Therefore, Hu Xian didn't say anything and continued to quietly observe the situation. Hu Xian did not move, but the other elixir cultivator at the side could not hold it in anymore. This was because he could more or less see that it would be extremely difficult for Zhang Quan to defeat the 7th-level elixir cultivator by himself. After all, no one would have thought that he, who was only at the 7th level of the elixir, could control the power of the 5 directions. Seeing the black-haired man rush into the arena, Zhang Quan, who was in a rather sorry state, could not say anything other than his expression turning even uglier. This was because even if he did not want to admit it, the fact was that this 7th-level elixir cultivator had already exceeded the limit of what he could deal with alone. However, they could not lose today. After all, this battle was related to the amount of rewards he would receive after representing Hu Xian in the rendezvous. Zhang Quan, let's go all out and not hold anything back. Beside Zhang Quan, the black-haired man said solemnly. Hearing this, Zhang Quan could only nod immediately. However, there was still a tinge of unwillingness in his eyes when he looked at Yan Chutian. That's right, how could he admit that he could not deal with a 7th-level elixir cultivator? How could he accept it? If it was not for the sake of safety, he would definitely fight till the end today. At the same time, looking at the two who were about to join forces, Yan Chutian was still calm because the situation had not exceeded the limit of what he could deal with. After all, he had not used any abilities or spiritual spells previously. It seemed that now was the time to go all out. With this thought, Yan Chutian did not give the two any chance to make the first move. With a step, his figure suddenly shot out and went straight for Zhang Quan again. Seeing this, Zhang Quan could not help but sneer. He admitted that the other party was not ordinary, but now he was not alone. There was also the black-haired man beside him. Under such circumstances, the other party still dared to take the initiative to attack. What was the difference between this and seeking death? However, when he also gathered his strength and punched out, he suddenly realized that there was no one in front of him. However, how was this possible? The other party was clearly in front of him just now. Be careful! Suddenly, the black-haired man's shout woke Zhang Quan up. He looked over and saw that the black-haired man was punching behind him, and the figure there was almost like a ghost, disappearing into thin air. Such a strange scene immediately raised Zhang Quan's guard to 120%. However, no matter how alert he was, he could not catch any trace of the other party at all. This made him think in horror. If the other party had used such a ghostly method earlier, would he still be standing here now? There's actually such an amazing movement technique? At the same time, the black-haired man also exclaimed, and there was a deep seriousness between his eyebrows. However, he did not panic. As he activated his spiritual power, a wide giant sword flew out from the scabbard on his back and was nailed to the main hall around the two of them. With the arrival of each giant sword, there was a touch of a more mysterious feeling that spread out. When all the giant swords landed on the ground, it was obvious that these giant swords had formed a formation. They were connected by chi and branches and originated from one. After the formation of the sword formation, the black-haired man's expression became much better. Then, he confidently whispered to the surrounding space, "Sir, no matter how strange your movement technique is, as long as you enter my sword formation, you will be detected by the sword formation and have nowhere to hide." These words also made Zhang Quan's expression become better. Otherwise, if he were to face such a strange movement technique alone, he would really feel helpless. However, they did not know that at this moment Yan Chutian, who was secretly watching this scene, was really amused. The so-called sword formation was naturally related to the array Dao. However, The black-haired man did not understand the array Dao at all and only knew a little about it. Such a sword formation might be very good against cultivators who also did not understand the array Dao, but to him, it was nothing. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 433. When the sword formation was formed, a huge spiritual energy pressure spread out. It was as if any living being that stepped into it would have nowhere to hide and would be sensed by all the giant swords. Under such circumstances, the black-haired man's expression was much calmer than before. This was because he was confident that as long as the other party dared to take half a step into the sword formation, no matter how strange the other party's movement technique was, he would have nowhere to hide. However, he did not know that his so-called sword formation was not worth mentioning in Yan Chutian's eyes. Looking at the scene in the hall, Hu Xian's beautiful eyes were indifferent. This was because Yan Chutian's movement technique was extremely mysterious in the eyes of the two level 9 elixir cultivators. However, due to the huge difference in cultivation, she was able to detect traces of it. However, she also did not know how Yan Chutian would deal with such a sword formation. Could it be that he would have to stay outside the sword formation and not step into it? Soon, Yan Chutian made her understand how he would deal with it. From outside the sword formation, a figure suddenly appeared. Following which, this figure did not care and directly rushed into the sword formation. This situation not only shocked the black-haired man, but also caused Hu Xian's expression to change. Clearly, they did not expect that Yan Chutian would choose such a direct method of attack. In the blink of an eye, the black-haired man and Zhang Quan's faces were filled with ecstasy. Especially Zhang Quan, he was clear about the power of his sword formation. Even if it could not kill the level 7 elixir cultivator, it could force the other party to reveal himself. At that time, he and Zhang Quan would attack at the same time. They would definitely be able to severely injure the other party and end this battle. With this thought in mind, the two of them looked at the figure that had charged into the formation. Their expressions were already incomparably fiery hot. In the next moment, without any hesitation, the two of them simultaneously erupted with their most powerful strength. This scene caused Hu Xian to be even more puzzled. Could it be that this Yan Chu had no other way to deal with it and could only fight to the death like this? Boom! A huge roar resounded in the hall once again. The turbulent energy ripples also crazily spread out. Amidst the impact of the energy, Hu Xian gradually withdrew her puzzled expression. It seemed that the situation was as she had thought. Perhaps he could suppress a 9th-level elixir practitioner, but it would be extremely difficult for him to face two people at once. After all, no matter how strong he was only a level 7 elixir. This was a good thing. After such a blow, he would not dare to ask for half of the black heavenly treasure jade. However, Hu Xian had no choice but to admit that if Yan Chutian was defeated just like that, even if his performance was extraordinary and extremely shocking, she was still worried whether he would be defeated by the elixir cultivator in that guy's hands. Facing that guy, even Hu Xian, who was also confident and proud, had never had the confidence to win. That was because that guy had already become a deputy general. Boom! Just as Hu Xian was lost in her reverie, a deep rumble suddenly resounded. Hu Xian didn't think too much about this. She only thought that it was Yan Chutian who had been injured by the two of them. But when she raised her head and looked over with her beautiful eyes, she saw a scene that she had never expected. In the hall, a thin figure was calm and unruffled. On the other side, a black-haired figure had been smashed out, leaving 2 deep marks on the hall. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for Zhang Quan, he was like her at this moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, even Hu Xian was shocked and couldn't understand the scene in front of her, let alone him who was only at the 9th level of elixir. However, no matter how shocked she was, she couldn't help but be shocked. What exactly happened? How is this possible? In the next instant, from Zhang Quan's throat, an extremely dry and hoarse voice was spat out. Because of everything that had just happened. It all happened in the blink of an eye. In an instant the sword formation collapsed. The black-haired man screamed and smashed out. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but the opponent appeared in front of him. This made him couldn't help but think that if the opponent attacked him just now, wouldn't it be him who was unknown whether he was dead or alive? In such a situation, how could he have any intention to attack? Because even if they joined hands, they were defeated by the opponent, let alone now that he was alone. At the same time, looking at Zhang Quan, whose eyes were filled with shock, Yan Chutian no longer had any intention to attack. Because he could see that the opponent no longer had any courage to attack. In other words, this fight was over. Since the fight was over, he naturally didn't have any intention to continue. After all, the two of them had no enmity with him. In his eyes, the two of them were the most ordinary arrogant cultivators. Directly turning his back, Yan Chutian swaggered towards Hu Xian. His eyes swept across the latter's beautiful face with some shock. Yan Chutian believed that his performance should be enough to satisfy the other party. Asgard Master, can such an outcome prove my strength? Yan Chutian asked with a faint smile. However, Hu Xian's beautiful face was extremely stiff when she heard this. She couldn't answer, nor could she not answer. After all, if she agreed, could it be that she really had to take out 50% of the mysterious sky jade? Glancing at Hu Xian's stiff expression, Yan Chutian could roughly guess what she was thinking. He couldn't help but laugh lightly and immediately spoke the words that he had prepared long ago in a tone that only the two of them could hear. Hu Xian, if it's successful, I only want 40% of the mysterious sky jade, and you take 60%. How about it? Yan Chutian grasped Hu Xian's heart layer by layer, and this woman didn't exceed his expectations. When the other party took the initiative to reduce it by 10%, it actually made her forget her original decision to hand over 30 or even 20%. After that, she finally gritted her teeth and agreed. Upon hearing Hu Xian's agreement, the smile on Yan Chutian's face became even wider. At this time, Hu Xian seemed to have finally remembered her previous decision. Instantly, Hu Xian's beautiful face became even uglier than before. However, she couldn't say anything because she was the one who had agreed just now. She, Hu Xian, wasn't so thick-skinned to the point of going back on her words. Therefore, there was no need to think too much. Hu Xian was once again infuriated by Yan Chutian. However, because of the Origin Soul Oath, she couldn't do anything to Yan Chutian in the end, and could only leave angrily. Following closely behind Hu Xian, Zhang Quan hurriedly helped the unconscious black-haired man up and left. However, the two people who left at this time didn't have the slightest bit of glory and arrogance when they came. Obviously, they also knew that they would definitely have to bear the violent anger from Hu Xian after such a miserable defeat this time. Looking at the three figures leaving, Yan Chutian let out a sigh of relief. Now, he had finally solved the problem on Hu Xian's side. He understood this woman and knew that she wouldn't go back on her words. Therefore, what he had to face next was the elixir cultivator that the half-general from the realm of the gods had found. However, no matter what kind of elixir cultivator that the half-general from the realm of the gods could bring out, he wouldn't be able to stop him from obtaining the 40% of the black heavenly treasure jade. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In the ruined palace, a figure was quietly sitting cross-legged. However, this figure wasn't cultivating, but was still grasping the hidden network of the formation between heaven and earth. Today, he had finally completely grasped the network of the formation. In other words, as long as he wanted to leave, he could silently disappear from the evil flower palace. This didn't seem to be important now, but to ensure that nothing went wrong was Yan Chutian's character. Since he had already done this, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't waste any more time on this. Instead, he continued to condense the spiritual source needed to open the spirit patterns. At this time, The number of spiritual sources above his dantian had already reached 7. This was the result of his daily cultivation. This speed wasn't fast. After all, most of the time these days, Yan Chutian had been used to grasp the network of the formation. As for the amount of spirit yuan required to condense the spirit rune, there was no exact figure because this spirit rune was something that Yan Chutian had created by chance. So how could there be a specific figure? However, Yan Chutian guessed that the more spiritual sources there were, the better. It would be best if the spiritual sources reached the limit that he could bear before using them to condense the spirit patterns. In his previous life, he had condensed the spirit patterns with 21 spiritual sources. Today, even if he couldn't condense more, he decided to at least maintain this number. Add a bookmark to make it easier to read. Chapter 434. With that thought in mind, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated. He continued to slowly circulate the spiritual energy in his body, gathering it and fusing it with his spiritual energy. It was destined that this would be an extremely long process. The current Yan Chutian was much more proficient in fusing spiritual energy than before. Furthermore, it was much smoother than before. There weren't any waves during the process of fusing spiritual energy. Thus, in the end, after half a day, he finally managed to successfully condense his 8th spiritual energy. After successfully condensing his spiritual energy, Yan Chutian slowly relaxed his aura as joy uncontrollably surfaced on his face. However, the joy only lasted for a few breaths before Yan Chutian, who sensed something, immediately withdrew his smile. As he stood up, the door to the hall slowly opened as Yan Chutian had expected. Needless to say, the only one who could enter this hall was Hu Xian. As expected, after the door to the hall was opened, Hu Xian, whose face and figure revealed a delicate beauty, slowly stepped in. However, this woman, who could show off her flirtatious appearance without any scruples in front of so many people, couldn't show any flirtatious expression in front of Yan Chutian. Because when she thought about how she was forced to swear an origin soul oath by the elixir cultivator in front of her and how she couldn't do anything to him, the flames in Hu Xian's heart burned to the point where it was about to erupt. Not to mention that she was fooled by him and actually agreed to give up 40% of the mysterious heavenly jade. One had to know that 40% of the mysterious heavenly jade could be described as priceless. However, no matter how angry she was, she had to make arrangements because before she was angry, she had to ensure that she could obtain the mysterious heavenly jade. The mysterious heavenly jade was her greatest hope for breaking into the heavenly palace realm. Follow me. After coldly spitting out these words, Hu Xian didn't care about Yan Chutian's reaction as she turned around and left. Yan Chutian wasn't angry at all because he knew what kind of anger this woman had in her heart. So what if he told her to be unyielding? Thus, in silence, Yan Chutian followed Hu Xian's footsteps, moving through the halls of the evil flower palace step by step. 15 minutes later, Hu Xian and Yan Chutian stopped in front of a spirit formation. With Yan Chutian's eyesight, he could easily tell that this spirit formation was actually a cultivation mystic realm. This allowed Yan Chutian to understand even without listening to Hu Xian's words. This woman should be hoping that he could still improve a little before he fought with that half-general subordinate, so as to ensure the possibility of victory. Yan Chutian was naturally very happy about this, because such an environment was perfect for him to condense spiritual source. With the support of such a cultivation secret realm, the condensation of spiritual source would be much more efficient. This is a cultivation mystic realm. You can cultivate here for the next 7 days. 7 days. After that will be the fight for the black heavenly treasure jade. You only have 7 days. At this point, Hu Xian's jade-like hand moved slightly, and a jade slip shot into Yan Chutian's hand. In addition, this jade slip records the strongest elixir cultivators under that guy, and they are also the ones most likely to be sent out. With that, Hu Xian formed a seal with her jade-like hand. Under the cover of her aura imprint, the mystic realm slowly opened, and a passage that could accommodate one person appeared. Soon after, Hu Xian, like before, did not pay any attention to Yan Chutian and immediately flew away. Watching Hu Xian's figure disappear among the halls of the evil flower palace, Yan Chutian didn't have any nostalgia because of her beauty. Instead, he looked at the opened cultivation mystic realm, his eyes full of hope. Even if it was only 7 days in such a cultivation mystic realm, he might be able to condense 21 strands of spiritual source. It was even possible for him to completely condense the Spirit Awakening rune. And if he could master the power of the 6 paths, who cared how strong the primal core adepts of the half-generals were? What could they do to him? With that thought, Yan Chutian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately flashed and rushed into the mystic realm through the passage. After Yan Chutian stepped into the secret domain, the opened passageway was slowly covered by a vigorous energy. Only 7 days later, when Hu Xian came again, would the passageway open again. Deep in the Daoyuan Palace, in the magnificent hall, a white-haired young man sat quietly. Although he didn't show his aura, no matter how strong the cultivation of the people in the hall was, they didn't dare to look him in the eye. One could imagine just how powerful he was. In front of the white-haired young man, 4 figures of different ages bowed. They were the strongest elixir cultivators in the Daoyuan Palace. They knew that this time, the Palace Master of the Daoyuan Palace and the Palace Master of the Evil Flower Palace would fight for the Black Heavenly Treasure Jade. For this, they had been preparing for it secretly. Now, it was time to decide which 3 people would represent the Daoyuan Palace. But just as the 4 of them were about to obey the Palace Master's order, a figure covered in a black robe suddenly walked out from the hall. This kind of thing was completely insubordination. Normally, the Palace Master would kill him with a wave of his hand. But they were shocked to find that the Palace Master didn't react at all. It was as if the Palace Master had allowed him to do what he wanted. Who was this? You are the people who will represent the Daoyuan Palace to compete for the Black Heavenly Treasure Jade? The black-robed figure's indifferent voice sounded slowly. It made the 4 elixir cultivators feel very uncomfortable. But compared to this, his next words made the 4 elixir cultivators' faces turn ugly. Haha, a bunch of motley crew. Fine, 1 by 1. If you can withstand 20 moves from me, I will give you a chance to represent the Daoyuan Palace. The black-robed figure's tone was arrogant. In the end, one of the 4 elixir cultivators couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and snorted coldly. Haha, although I don't know who you are, you haven't broken through to the Yuanying stage. You dare to be so arrogant? You don't put us in your eyes at all. Although it was only one person who had spoken, the expressions of the 4 primal core adepts were clearly the same. That's right. A random unknown elixir cultivator was so arrogant. What kind of position did he put them in? Hearing this, the black-robed figure didn't seem to change his expression. After a while, he slowly locked his gaze on the elixir cultivator who spoke, following which a cold sneer slowly rang out. Then you go first? Humph, I, Zhongyun, am not afraid of you. As a result, a battle quickly unfolded in the hall. The Daoyuan Palace Master looked on indifferently and allowed the black-robed figure to do whatever he wanted. But in the end, the result of this battle was destined to shock the eyes of too many people. When the result of the battle was revealed, everyone was shocked to find that the elixir cultivator whom they were all familiar with couldn't even last 20 moves in the black-robed figure's hands. He was directly defeated. This result also made the elixir cultivator feel that it was unbelievable. How could this be? He couldn't even last 20 moves before he was defeated? Haha, looks like you don't have the honor of representing the Daoyuan Palace. Looking at the ugly elixir cultivator on the ground, the black-robed figure sneered coldly. In fact, he could see that this elixir cultivator was one of the strongest among the 4 people. However, who asked him to be the first to offend him? Since he had already offended him, there was no need for him to do so. After all, in his opinion, he only needed 2 people to make up the numbers. He alone was enough. At the same time, 7 days slowly passed. At the moment after 7 days, Hu Xian, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, appeared outside the secret realm. She quickly formed a seal with her jade-like hands, and a huge force surged out, opening the secret realm once again. However, when the secret realm was opened, Hu Xian didn't see Yan Chutian, who should have walked out immediately as expected. Hu Xian could not help but become angry at this. Could it be that the other party wanted her, the evil Flower Palace master, to wait for him to come out of seclusion? However, even if she was angry, Hu Xian could only feel helpless because she couldn't rush into the secret realm and drag him out by force. Otherwise, it would be a small matter if she suffered a backlash, but if she had no fate with the black heavenly treasure jade because of this, she would never allow that to happen. Therefore, Hu Xian could only suppress her anger and wait unwillingly outside the secret realm. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait for long. In less than an hour, Yan Chutian's figure slowly walked out from the depths of the secret realm. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 435. Looking at Yan Chutian's figure as he slowly walked out of the secret realm, Hu Xian didn't know whether to be angry or not. In the end, she could only snort coldly and speak with a cold expression. There's still an hour before the battle begins. If you delay any longer, even if I can't kill you, I don't mind imprisoning you in the evil Flower Palace forever. Her indifferent words were wrapped in a dense and cold aura. There was no doubt that Hu Xian would do as she said. In fact, this was inevitable. If Yan Chutian delayed and Hu Xian missed the mysterious sky jade, even if she couldn't kill him because of the origin soul oath, she would definitely imprison him forever. Yan Chutian didn't pay much attention to Hu Xian's cold tone. Moreover, he was in a very good mood right now. It was obvious that he had gained a lot in the 7 days in the secret realm. After that, the two didn't need to communicate much. Yan Chutian took the initiative to follow Hu Xian. There were already figures waiting outside the palace. Yan Chutian knew who they were. They were the 2 9th-level elixir cultivators that he had fought with 7 days ago. At this moment, as the 2 of them looked at Yan Chutian, how could they still dare to have the slightest bit of arrogance like before? After exchanging blows, how could they not understand just how powerful this 7th-level Yuan Dan stage brat was? That day, even when the 2 of them worked together, they were still defeated by him. Looking at the 2 cowering people, Yan Chutian smiled inwardly. He didn't say anything and continued to silently follow Hu Xian. After that, under Hu Xian's lead, the 4 of them rushed out of the evil Flower Palace in a certain direction. After an hour, when they gradually approached a mountain range, Hu Xian's speed finally slowed down. At this moment, Yan Chutian didn't need Hu Xian to say anything. His perception spread out and he could sense that there were many spiritual auras in the mountain range. Among them, elixir cultivators were the basic. There were even quite a few Yuanian cultivators. In fact, they even had auras close to the heavenly palace realm like Hu Xian. Yan Chutian didn't even need to think too much. That aura that was close to the heavenly palace realm should belong to the other person who was competing with Hu Xian for the mysterious sky jade treasure. After following Hu Xian into the mountain range, Yan Chutian was able to see a white-haired youth standing with his hands behind his back in front of nearly 10 figures on a huge mountain not far away. Although the young man's aura was concealed, Yan Chutian could still feel an extremely powerful pressure around his body. Yan Chutian knew what that was. It was a sign of approaching the heavenly palace realm. When one neared the heavenly palace realm, the Yuaniing in one's body would form the heavenly palace, and the power of the heavenly palace would be even more terrifying. While Yan Chutian was looking at the white-haired youth, the latter was also looking at him. However, his gaze did not linger on Yan Chutian for long. Clearly, Elixir 7th layer Yan Chutian was nothing in his eyes. In his eyes, Yen Chutian was just Hu Xian's pet. Otherwise, how could he be brought here with his cultivation at the 7th layer of elixir? Following Hu Xian, they descended on another huge mountain. The two sides were already in a state of mutual hostility, ready to attack at any time. However, it was clear that this battle wouldn't truly erupt. After all, the two palace masters had already made an agreement that the ownership of the mysterious sky jade treasure would be decided by a battle between 3 elixir cultivators under their command. Otherwise, the two sides would have already started fighting the moment they discovered the mysterious sky jade treasure. Haha! Evil Flower Palace Master, I originally thought that you would give up on the mysterious sky jade treasure. I didn't expect that you would still come. At the top of the huge mountain, the white-haired youth, the palace master of the Dao Yuan Palace, spoke indifferently. Although his tone was indifferent, the meaning behind it was incomparably sharp. However, facing the white-haired youth, Hu Xian didn't show any signs of weakness. Her pretty face was filled with a cold smile as she spoke mockingly. You don't have the right to enjoy the mysterious sky jade treasure. Hearing that, the white-haired youth didn't get angry. Instead, he maintained a kind smile on his face. However, only those who knew him understood that this was when he was truly terrifying. The white-haired youth didn't continue to dwell on this matter. Very soon, he waved his hand and 3 figures flew out. They descended on the wide platform between the 2 huge mountains. Evil Flower Palace Master, since you're already here, let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. Since the white-haired youth said so, Hu Xian naturally didn't hesitate. She immediately waved her hand and signaled Yen Chutian and the others to fly out. Seeing this, Yen Chutian and the others naturally wouldn't refuse. They immediately flew out. After descending on the platform, the owners of the 6 lines of sight immediately faced each other. Although Yen Chutian had never met the 2 figures on the left and right, he had a detailed description of them in the jade scroll that Hu Xian had given him. However, Yen Chutian had no clue who the person in the middle was, a figure wrapped in a black robe. This was because there was no record of this black-robed figure in the jade scroll. Could it be that this black-robed figure was a temporary addition to the Dao Yuan Palace Master? Just like Yen Chutian's reaction, Yen Chutian representing the Evil Flower Palace was clearly unexpected by the Dao Yuan Palace. However, this kind of unexpected situation quickly turned into roaring laughter, because anyone could see that Yen Chutian's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Yuan Dan stage. A 7th-level elixir cultivator dared to appear in such an occasion. What else could it be other than courting death? Looking at Yen Chutian on the platform, the shock on the white-haired elder's face disappeared. Then, he used a voice transmission that only Hu Xian could hear and slowly laughed. The Evil Flower Palace Master's choice is really unexpected. At this moment, Hu Xian's attention was more focused on the black-robed figure. On the platform, she had never seen this unfamiliar black-robed figure before. However, she knew that with the Evil Flower Palace Master's personality, he definitely wouldn't casually let a stranger go up. Since he let the black-robed figure go up, he definitely had a lot of confidence in this black-robed figure. As such, how could Hu Xian remain calm? However, Hu Xian had a prideful personality, so she definitely wouldn't fall behind in the slightest in terms of tone. What a risky move. How could the Dao Yuan Palace Master not understand such a simple principle? Hearing this, the white-haired youth didn't say anything else, but the mocking smile on his face grew thicker and thicker. Looking at Yen Chutian, who was one of the 2, the black-robed figure was similarly shocked. Originally, he thought that this was Hu Xian's boy toy, but he didn't expect him to be a representative. However, even if he was a representative, he was actually in the middle position. Could it be that he, a 7th-level elixir cultivator, was the strongest among the 3? There were many doubts in his heart, but the black-robed figure wouldn't ask rashly. Instead, he used a mocking tone and laughed coldly. Could it be that in such a big evil flower palace, There are no more peak elixir cultivators, and they let you make up the numbers? Or do you want to tell me that you're some kind of pretentious heaven's favored child who thinks you're extraordinary and can fight above your level and suppress everyone? Yan Chutian wasn't angered by the black-robed figure's mocking, and instead, he smiled. Why don't you come and try, and you will know? Yan Chu's calm and indifferent reaction clearly caused the black-robed figure to be a little annoyed. Subsequently, the tone of his voice was much darker and colder than before. Humph, ignorant thing, die. Before he had finished speaking, the black-robed figure had already shot forward. Following closely behind, the two primal core adepts around him also began to move. Seeing the three of them pouncing at him, Yan Chutian ordered the two people beside him to deal with the two elixir cultivators, and he himself collided with the black-robed figure. However, this seemingly aggressive collision was destined to not cause too much of a ripple. Not to mention Yan Chutian, even the black-robed figure, who saw that Yan Chutian was only a 7th-level elixir cultivator, was probing too much in this first attack. No wonder he was so careful, after all, this was related to the ownership of the mysterious sky jade. He found it hard to believe that the other party was really just a 7th-level elixir cultivator. It was that simple. Boom! A dull roar resounded, and after the collision, both of them took a few steps back. The collision this time would cause the black-robed figure's hidden face to reveal too much doubt. Because through the exchange, he was sure that the other party was really only a 7th-level elixir cultivator. That Hu Xian, in the fight for the mysterious sky jade, actually sent out such a weak person? Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 436. The black-robed figure found it hard to imagine that the evil Flower Palace Master, Hu Xian, would only send out a level 7 elixir cultivator in the fight for the mysterious sky treasure. Moreover, she seemed to be using this level 7 elixir cultivator as the main force. Was she going to give up on the mysterious sky treasure? However, no matter how much doubt he had in his heart, the face under the black robe slowly became vicious. He didn't care what choice the other party had, but since she had made such a choice, she couldn't blame him for being vicious, because he had to get this mysterious sky treasure. With that thought, the black-robed figure who had retreated dozens of feet emitted an extremely powerful aura. The power of that aura had already reached level 9 elixir, the peak of this realm. The black-robed figure raised his palm and along with it, a monstrous aura surged out. Moreover, he didn't even need to do anything. The surging spiritual energy formed a spiritual seal and descended from the sky towards Yan Chutian. However, such a simple attack was enough to shock any level 9 elixir cultivator. After all, this wasn't the black-robed figure probing, but his true power. Boom! The spiritual seal descended like a mountain. However, the black-robed figure was shocked to find that such a powerful spiritual seal didn't seem to cause Yan Chutian to feel fear. His indifferent gaze made it seem as though he had completely ignored the attack. Such a situation made the black-robed figure laugh coldly. In his view, this was just the other party forcing himself. Even if the other party was extraordinary, he definitely wouldn't underestimate his attack. Since he was so strong, then he would beat him until he showed his true form. Boom! The spiritual seal truly descended. However, when the spiritual seal truly descended, the black-robed figure, who thought he had seen through everything, became confused. This was because he found that after his spiritual seal descended, the level 7 elixir cultivator didn't dodge. Could it be that he really didn't know what was good for him and wanted to force himself to withstand his attack? Reality didn't give the black-robed figure much time to think. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual seal had already bombarded Yan Chutian. In an instant, the majestic spiritual energy exploded, and a torrent of spiritual energy sputtered everywhere, confusing one's senses and vision. At the same time, other than Hu Xian and the two elixir practitioners who had fought with Yan Chutian, everyone else, including the Dao Yuan Palace Master, had a look of disbelief on their faces. Was it going to end just like that? However, the crowd soon found out the answer. This caused the mocking expressions on the faces of the people behind Dao Yuan Palace Master to freeze. This was because they saw a thin figure quietly standing after the turbulent flow of spiritual energy calmed down. It was as if the previous explosion had not affected him in the slightest. He's actually unscathed? How is this possible? He's clearly only at the 7th level of elixir. How could he block that guy's attack so easily? What is going on? For a moment, the people from Dao Yuan Palace were in disbelief, especially the elixir practitioners. After all, they had clearly seen how powerful the black-robed figure was that day. Even if he hadn't used his full strength, the power that he had displayed should not have been something that a 7th-level elixir practitioner could block. However, no matter how they reacted, this was the truth. Dao Yuan Palace Master, who was also the white-haired young man, looked at the indifferent figure in the field with a deep gaze. After a while, he sent a message to Hu Xian. The person sent by the evil Flower Palace Master is really good at hiding his strength. This time, upon hearing this, Hu Xian's pretty face couldn't help but reveal a faint smug and proud expression. Even she was infuriated with Yan Chutian and wished that she could kill her. However, she had to admit that the power of this 7th-level elixir practitioner was really unexpected. On the central platform, a trace of shock surfaced in the eyes of the black-robed figure, which was the only thing that was exposed, when he saw that the other party was actually safe and sound. Obviously, this result was also out of his expectations. In his opinion, the other party was so careless just now, so his attack should have been able to injure him. But now, thinking of this, the black-robed figure couldn't help but snort coldly. Now, he understood that this 7th-level elixir guy was definitely not as weak as he looked on the surface. For a moment, he was also deceived by him. You have some ability, but that's all. Just now, it was just a casual attack of mine. Next, you can try to take this move of mine. As he spoke coldly, the black-robed figure quickly formed a seal in his hands. In a few breaths, pure spiritual energy continuously gathered between his palms, fusing into the spiritual eye that was formed. At this time, the spiritual eye was tightly closed, but even so, it could let people feel that this spiritual eye contained a huge amount of power. If it was allowed to open its eyes, even a primal core 9th-level practitioner could be killed with a single stare. Obviously, because of the previous loss of self-control, the black-robed figure had lost all playfulness. He, who had truly activated his own strength, wanted to use the fiercest method to suppress and kill the other party. Looking at the spiritual eye that was only half the size of a fist, Yan Chutian's eyes narrowed. He could clearly feel that this spiritual eye contained a huge amount of power. When it opened, it would also be the time for it to completely explode. However, this might be an extremely powerful killing move for an ordinary elixir practitioner, but for Yan Chutian, it hadn't reached that level yet. Mysterious thunder, heavenly eye, boom! When Yan Chutian stared at the spiritual eye, the power of the spiritual eye in the black-robed figure's hands had obviously gradually gathered to the extreme. Therefore, with an indifferent shout, the majestic power gathered by the spiritual eye, under the last seal, completely exploded. The spiritual eye slowly opened. When it opened, there wasn't any shocking movement, but there was a ray of light that shot out like a ghost, directly towards Yan Chutian. The ray of light approached Yan Chutian in an instant, directly towards the space between his eyebrows. From the looks of it, it didn't want to give Yan Chutian any chance to react and directly kill him. However, in the face of such an attack, how could Yan Chutian be unprepared? The ray of light descended like a shadow, but just as it was about to reach Yan Chutian's eyebrows, in front of his body, there was an invisible light screen that slowly formed. The power that formed this light screen was the mysterious Yang Qi. However, only Yan Chutian knew the power of his mysterious Yang Qi light screen. In the eyes of the black-robed figure, the light screen didn't attract much attention. Because in his eyes, no matter what kind of defense the other party could make, it was just a desperate struggle. However, when the ray of light came into contact with the light screen, the result was destined to make the black-robed figure's face change greatly. When the two came into contact with each other, the light screen, which appeared to be as fragile as a piece of tofu paper, caused the strange dim light to be unable to advance any further. Following which, as the light screen circulated, it actually slowly melted away the power of the dim light bit by bit. How is this possible? This situation immediately made the black-robed figure exclaim. The mysterious thunder heavenly eye was an extremely domineering spiritual technique that he had mastered, but how could it be so easily dissolved by the other party? What exactly was that light screen? Looking at the light screen in the field, this time, no one dared to underestimate it. Even Dao Yuan Palace Master's face was solemn. This was because he was shocked to find that the power of the light screen was extremely tough and domineering, something that even he had never seen before. However, this was normal. After all, this was the mysterious Yang Qi that could only be mastered by cultivating the mysterious Yang scripture. However, Yan Chutian had never heard of anyone cultivating the mysterious Yang scripture in the heaven realm. Looking at the light screen as well, Hu Xian's pretty face became even more solemn. She had personally experienced the power of this light screen before, so she naturally knew how strange it was. Back then, it was because she was careless and didn't notice that a large amount of this inexplicable power had invaded her body. As a result, he was temporarily cut off from his power, and even his life was in danger. And it was also because of this that he was forced to swear the Origin Soul Oath. Otherwise, he would be able to kill an elixir cultivator with a raise of his hand. Why would he want to sulk and suffer? Back to the main topic. Under the constant melting of the mysterious Yang Qi light screen, that wisp of light finally disappeared completely. At the same time, the black-robed figure's expression became incomparably solemn. The genius remembers the address of this site in a second. Sogu mobile version of reading website. Chapter 437. The black-robed figure's face, which was covered by his wide robe, was already filled with a thick solemnity. Because until now, after seeing the various extraordinary things that the other party had displayed, if he still underestimated the other party, then he would be too stupid. At this time, how could he not understand that Hu Xian had sent this person to fight for the black heavenly treasure jade? There was no other reason, but because he really had the strength to fight for it. At the very least, it was rare for a cultivator at the 9th level of elixir to be able to block his spiritual technique, the Black Thunder Heavenly Eye, so easily. At the same time, this scene shocked too many spectating cultivators, especially those cultivators from the Dao Yuan Palace. They could not imagine that the black-robed figure was still unable to defeat the 7th level elixir cultivator even though he had already used all his strength. Since they were able to reach their level, they naturally had good eyesight. After thinking about it carefully, they could imagine that the true strength of this 7th level elixir cultivator was at the 9th level of elixir. Although this sounded shocking, it was not unprecedented. In the vast heaven realm, there were many cultivators who could fight above their level. And those cultivators were all geniuses. It was just that they did not understand why such a genius who could fight above his level suddenly appeared beside the evil Flower Palace Master, Hu Xian. When did such a guy appear beside the evil Flower Palace Master? I don't know, but with such a guy, doesn't it mean that the Palace Master might not be fated with the black heavenly treasure jade? Don't panic. Don't forget that the black-robed man was personally chosen by the Palace Master. He must have his own unique point. Moreover, that person from the evil Flower Palace is only at the 7th level of elixir. This is enough to determine the outcome of the battle. In the direction of the evil Flower Palace, a soft discussion slowly sounded. At the same time, the black-robed figure on the central platform moved again. However, this time, His movements were clearly much more cautious than before. Moreover, the surging spirit energy was no longer ordinary, but the power of the 5 directions. Even though an elixir cultivator could not rely on this to fight against a yuanying cultivator, it was still beyond the realm of elixir cultivators. It was not something an ordinary elixir cultivator could compare to. However, the black-robed figure immediately displayed the power of the 5 directions. It was enough to show how much importance he attached to Yan Chutian. At the same time, seeing that the black-robed figure had already used the power of the 5 directions, the cultivators in the direction of the Dao Yuan Palace calmed down. Even those who had reached the level of yuanying were the same. They were well aware of the power of the 5-direction power, and the black-robed figure's 5-direction power was considered to be superior. Therefore, after he used the power of 5 directions, even if the person from the Evil Flower Palace was strange and extraordinary, he should be gradually suppressed. But very soon their beautiful thoughts again. It was destroyed once again. Because when the black-robed figure controlled the power of the 5 directions and violently punched out, smashing towards Yan Chutian. On the latter's body, there was also an inexplicable force that suddenly appeared. Perhaps the elixir cultivators could not figure out what kind of power it was, but the white-robed young man, Hu Xian, and the yuanying practitioner could immediately sense what kind of power it was. When the black-robed figure's power of the 5 directions bombarded the power around Yan Chutian, they saw that the latter was unharmed and the two powers were corroding each other. Even if they did not realize it, they all understood what kind of power it was. It was the power of the 5 directions. How is that possible? Is that the power of the 5 directions? The 7th level of the elixir cultivator has already gathered the power of the 5 directions. How is this possible? Many exclamations not only came from the direction of the Dao Yuan Palace, but also from the Evil Flower Palace. After all, in the Evil Flower Palace, there were only 3 people who knew that Yan Chutian had mastered the power of the 5 directions. Now that he had completely displayed it in front of everyone, it naturally caused a lot of shock. At the same time, the white-haired young man, the Dao Yuan Palace master, looked gloomy. Although he did not say a word, from his gloomy expression, one could tell what kind of turmoil he was experiencing in his heart. However, the black-robed figure was the most shocked one. Looking at the power that flowed out of the other party's body, he knew all too well that this was the power of the 5 directions. But how was this possible? He had already mastered the power of the 5 directions at the 7th level of the elixir. If he broke through to the 8th or 9th level of the elixir, wouldn't he be able to condense the 6th or even the 7th Dao? In an instant, the black-robed figure was not only shocked, but also deeply jealous. What kind of opportunity did this guy in front of him have? Not only could he fight above his level, but he could also master the power of the 5 directions at such a level. Why didn't such an opportunity fall on him? Jealousy was always the greatest source of anger. Needless to say, such a scene had caused the black-robed figure to feel immense anger towards Yan Chutian. Dark red spirit shattering finger. With a roar of anger, the black-robed figure looked over and saw that the black-robed figure had already moved his finger. The vast power around him surged crazily and gathered in his right palm. Of course, the sharpest and most powerful power was naturally the power of the 5 directions. As long as one could condense more than 5 spiritual inscriptions, one could connect the spiritual inscriptions and turn them into the power of the 5 directions to attack and kill a strong enemy. The power of such a connection was much stronger than the power of a single spiritual tattoo. Chi! Even space was unable to withstand the power of his finger. With an ear-piercing screech, the finger pierced through space and appeared in front of Yan Chutian's back. But that was it. Just as the finger was about to hit Yan Chutian, he finally made his move. With a backhand slap, the seemingly ordinary palm strike also contained the enormous power of the 5 directions from his own body. But of course, the profound yang qi was hidden deep within this palm. Xian yang qi. Boom! The finger and the palm collided fiercely in the air. The aftermath of the turbulent energy spread out. Just the energy ripples were enough to make many elixir cultivators unable to withstand it. Of course, the crowd was not concerned about the aftermath. Instead, they were concerned about the center of the collision, the center of the energy. They wanted to know what was going on between the two parties. Under the gazes of many people, the energy ripples dissipated after a while. The real scene finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking over, they saw two figures standing quietly. The platform around them was in a mess and was extremely damaged. Even though the two of them had only exchanged a few blows, it was not as frequent as the other 4 elixir cultivators around them. However, anyone would have such a feeling that the battle between Yan Chutian and the black-robed figure was much more intense than the battle around them. Even the other cultivators on both sides of the battle thought the same. At the same time, this scene made everyone completely believe that Yan Chutian did not rely on external forces to display such power. Instead, it was his own strength that was so strong. Although they had already been shocked once before, when they confirmed it again, it still made them feel shocked again. A 7th-level primal core Xiuzha actually had such astounding power. How did he do it? Looking at Yan Chutian, who was in the limelight, a rare smile appeared on Hu Xian's pretty face. Then, she looked at Yan Chutian and felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. Retracting her gaze from Yan Chutian, Hu Xian immediately looked at Palace Master Dao Yuan proudly. However, at this moment, even without Hu Xian's gaze, the white-haired youth's expression was very ugly. Because of Yan Chutian, he felt that the black heavenly treasure jade was in danger. However, the black heavenly treasure could not be lost. Just like Hu Xian, he also hoped to use the black heavenly treasure to break into the heavenly palace realm. As long as he could enter the heavenly palace realm, he might be able to become a general in the realm of the gods. He would no longer have to be a general in name like he was now. Therefore, he gently signaled to the black-robed figure on the central platform. Sensing his signal, the black-robed figure nodded slightly and then looked at Yan Chutian. To possess such strength at the 7th stage of elixir and control the power of the 5 directions, even I admit that I am inferior. However, today, the black heavenly treasure jade cannot be lost. You will lose to me in the end. Remember, the one who will defeat you today is me, Zhu Yun, : Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 438. The voice of the black-robed figure, Zhu Yun, slowly faded away. Following his words, the surrounding environment gradually became oppressive. This oppressive atmosphere was for the greatest explosion that would follow. As expected, in the next instant, the large black robe covering Zhu Yun's body was removed bit by bit. Everyone was finally able to see the figure and face of the person under the black robe. As soon as the black robe was removed, many exclamations sounded from the crowd. These exclamations did not only come from the Evil Flower Palace, but also from the Dao Yuan Palace. Under the black robe, the skin that Zhu Yun revealed had a layer of strange dark red color. Within the dark red color, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying temperature. As the aura spread slightly, it was enough to make the surrounding space turn illusory, showing the scene of burning and melting. Subsequently, when Zhu Yun no longer deliberately suppressed himself, the strange heat surged even more violently. It was as if a cultivator with insufficient resistance would be eroded to death by the heat in front of him. What is going on? Why is that black-robed person like this? His entire body is emitting a dark red light, and it also contains such a terrifying temperature. Many exclamations sounded from all directions. Among the many exclamations, 1 or 2 finally seemed to have thought of something. Hu Xian's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at Zhu Yun, who was completely dark red. If it were others, they would not be able to confirm it. However, with her vast experience and knowledge, how could she not know what was going on? In the vast heaven realm, almost everyone was the same. Only by cultivating could they change their bodies and become stronger day by day. However, in such a big world, there would always be a few lucky people. These lucky people were born with various strange physiques that ordinary people would not be able to possess. Zhu Yun, who was in front of them, was one of these lucky people with a strange physique. Great mysterious flame body, Hu Xian said softly. Her face, which had relaxed a lot because of Yan Chutian's previous performance, instantly became incomparably tense. She clearly knew how terrifying the great profound flame body was. Within the great profound flame body was an extremely terrifying flame. If the owner of the great profound flame body wasn't strong enough, or if they couldn't control this strange body, then even the owner of the great profound flame body would be a huge threat. However, at the same time, as long as one was able to grasp the profound flame body, one would naturally be able to unleash all of its frightening aspects. Zhu Yun was able to perfectly restrain the aura of the great mysterious flame body, so how could he not have grasped this physique? Profound flame body? Just like everyone else, a trace of shock flashed across Yan Chutian's eyes when he saw Zhu Yun take off his black robe. He was all too familiar with a strange physique like the great mysterious flame body. After all, he used to be Yun. Spirit body. Although the spirit-containing body was different from the great mysterious flame body, they were both strange physique. Comparing them, there would always be similarities. Therefore, Yan Chutian was well aware of the power that this strange physique could bring. It was not an exaggeration to say that Zhu Yun, who was in front of him, was already regarded by Yan Chutian as one of the most terrifying people under the Yuanying realm that he had ever seen. Therefore, Yan Chutian took a deep breath, and quietly mobilized all the power in his body. He knew that if he had a great chance of winning earlier, he would have to re-evaluate his chances now because of Zhu Yun's great mysterious flame body. At the same time, while Yan Chutian was solemn, an unconcealable pride appeared on Zhu Yun's face. Even though he knew that Zhu Yun was not an ordinary person, he still found it difficult to suppress his emotions when he revealed his great mysterious flame body. This was because the great mysterious flame body was his greatest reliance, and also his greatest trump card to win. Boom! Zhu Yun gently raised his palm and, like before, he slapped his palm horizontally. However, this time, not only did it contain the power of the five forces, but it also contained the fiery intent of the great mysterious flame body. The two forces combined, and even the space was unable to withstand it. Therefore, under the gazes of many people, the space where the palm passed had already collapsed inch by inch, and the remaining fiery intent caused the space to be unable to recover for a long time. This scene made the surrounding elixir cultivators, regardless of whether they were from the Dao Yuan Palace or the Evil Flower Palace, somewhat unable to imagine. If they were in Zhu Yun's place, they would not be able to resist at all in the face of such power, and would immediately be defeated or even killed. After feeling the terror of the great mysterious flame body, the elixir cultivators of the Dao Yuan Palace were all overjoyed. In their opinion, Zhu Yun, who had displayed such power, would definitely be able to secure victory. As long as he secured victory, the other two cultivators of the Evil Flower Palace on the platform would be nothing to him. Boom! As the palm descended, even though Yan Chutian had used the power of the five forces, he still could not withstand it, and was forced to retreat. After stabilizing his body, Yan Chutian looked at Zhu Yun, who was 10 feet away, and the solemn expression on his face became more and more serious. He had to admit that the great mysterious flame body was indeed too powerful. If he only relied on the power of the five forces to resist it, it would be extremely difficult. At the same time, the cultivators of the Evil Flower Palace who looked at Yan Chutian's appearance all had slightly ugly expressions. At this point, how could they not see that the outcome of today's fight was already decided by these two people? In other words, if Yan Chutian lost, the evil flower palace would lose to the Daoyuan palace, and even Hu Xian would lose the black heavenly treasure jade. However, even if there was such a huge consequence, looking at the battle on the platform, even Hu Xian could not say any words of dissatisfaction. It was because Yan Chutian's performance had already far exceeded their expectations. But who? They knew that Zhu Yun possessed the great mysterious flame body. So, what else could they criticize? Boom! Another palm strike, and the surging power of the flames forced Yan Chutian back several feet. Zhu Yun looked at the miserable Yan Chutian, and a faint smile finally appeared on his face, which had been shocked and ugly all this time. That's right. Since he had already displayed the great mysterious flame body and revealed his greatest trump card, the outcome of today's battle should be decided. With this thought, Zhu Yun gently exhaled, and his eyes were filled with dignity as he looked at Yan Chutian. You are not wrong to be defeated by my great mysterious flame body. This is the great flame fire seal, and I will use this seal to end this fight. As his dignified words slowly fell, Zhu Yun slowly raised his palms without waiting for Yan Chutian to speak. When the two palms met in front of his chest, the dark red light that filled his entire body seemed to gather toward his palms. And between his palms, there was a wisp of crimson light that gathered continuously. In just a few breaths, the accumulated power of the fire seal had already melted the space and collapsed into nothingness. However, the power of the fire seal had not yet reached its peak, and it was still gathering. It was very difficult to imagine what kind of power the fire seal could unleash if it had truly reached its peak. It was likely that even a Yuanying stage expert would not be able to casually ignore the magnitude of the surging power. Feeling the former's surging power, Yan Chutian secretly exhaled. The attack of the great mysterious flame body had already made him feel an enormous pressure. But no matter how strong the pressure was, he could not just sit there and wait to be captured. Moreover, he was not completely powerless to fight back. He quickly activated the hidden power in his body. Although the surging power was no longer the five forces or even the mysterious Yang Qi, the power that spread out was still not to be underestimated. This was the four elements fragmentary star mark. Great flame fire seal suppress. Boom! Finally, at a certain moment, the power of the fire seal had completely reached its peak. It was also at this moment that the fire seal exploded, and a huge pillar of fire pierced through the space, instantly descending on Yan Chutian's head. In contrast, the four elements fragmentary star mark that Yan Chutian had gathered also exploded. Boom! The two powerfully collided in midair, and suddenly, a huge energy ripple spread out, accompanied by a roar that was loud enough to shake the clouds and resound through the sky. Looking at this scene, no one dared to blink, for fear that if they missed a moment, they would miss the final result. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the collision of the two powers finally reached a conclusion. The power of the fire pillar suppressed the star mark bit by bit, and then completely exploded, completely engulfing the star mark and Yan Chutian's figure. At this moment, the outcome seemed to have been decided. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 439. All the cultivators from Daoyuan Palace heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that not only was his attack swallowed by the pillar of fire, but also his body. Although there had been many twists and turns, there was finally a result at this stage. In comparison, all the cultivators of the evil flower palace had ugly expressions. This was because Yan Chutian's defeat meant that the evil flower palace had failed in their meeting with Daoyuan Palace. It would have been fine if it had been any other time. However, this meeting concerned the ownership of the mysterious heavenly jade. Everyone knew how precious and useful the mysterious heavenly jade was. If Daoyuan Palace Master obtained the mysterious heavenly jade, he would most likely be able to enter the heavenly palace realm. If he entered the heavenly palace realm, Daoyuan Palace would rise as well. The evil flower palace would no longer be able to compete with it. After all, a heavenly palace master would be qualified to become a true general of the divine domain. Hu Xian's pretty face turned cold when she saw this scene. This meant that the mysterious heavenly jade would be lost. Dao Yuan Palace Master, who was also the white-haired young man, looked at the scene in front of him. His tense expression slowly relaxed. Zhu Yun had not disappointed him. He had not paid such a huge price to invite Zhu Yun from that big shot's subordinates in vain. As long as he could obtain the mysterious heavenly jade, everything would be worth it. It's over, Zhu Yun relaxed as he looked at the pillar of fire that pierced through the sky. At this moment, the dark red light around him was no longer as bright as before. It was obvious that such a powerful attack had consumed a lot of his mysterious heavenly flame body. However, as long as he won, as long as he could complete the task given to him by that big shot, it did not matter. Moreover, the reward he could get from Dao Yuan Palace Master was already very generous. With that thought, Zhu Yun moved his hand slightly. He took out a robe and was about to put it on himself. Although there were still 2 cultivators from Evil Flower Palace on the platform, there was no need for him to continue using his mysterious heavenly flame body against them. However, just as he slowly put on the robe to hide his unique body, everyone thought that the outcome was already decided. The dazzling pillar of fire in the sky gradually weakened. When the flames dimmed, a figure in tattered clothes slowly appeared in front of everyone. The appearance of this figure quickly caused many gazes to be filled with shock. In fact, some of them even froze. This was because they were shocked to discover that even though this figure's robes were in tatters, there was not a single wound on the exposed body. After a brief examination, they discovered, to their disbelief, that even his aura didn't seem to be weak at all. But how was that possible? He under such a violent attack, how could he remain unscathed? How is this possible? He's actually completely unscathed. Even a true Yuanying expert wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying attack. How could he not be injured at all? That's impossible. How did he block such a powerful attack? After a short period of silence, countless unbearable cries of surprise rang out. It was not only them. Even Hu Xian and Dao Yuan Palace Master's expressions changed. The scene in front of them was completely out of their expectations. The huge commotion around him gave Zhu Yun a bad premonition. Then, he quickly turned around and saw a figure slowly descending from the sky. Who else could this figure be other than Yan Chutian? How is this possible? However, he was clearly in disbelief at the scene before him. His previously calm and indifferent face was now completely filled with shock and astonishment. As the owner of the great mysterious flame body, he was naturally well aware of just how enormous the power of the attack from before was. He even had a certain degree of confidence that even a cultivator who had just stepped into the Yuanying stage would not be able to survive his attack. However, his opponent had somehow managed to block such a powerful attack and was completely unscathed. How was that possible? Truth be told, even Yan Chutian himself felt a trace of shock in his heart. Earlier, when the 4-origin shattered star mark was no match for him and the fire pillar was about to devour him, he couldn't help but forcibly condense half of the spiritual inscriptions and connect the 6 forces to block it. This was a method that could only be used as a last resort. Before the spiritual inscriptions were completely condensed, he had already forcefully connected the 6 forces. One could only imagine what kind of danger and backlash he would have to endure. However, just as Yan Chutian was about to forcefully connect the 6 forces, he was shocked to find that the fire pillar that was devouring him seemed to have activated some kind of hidden force in his body. After carefully sensing it, he realized that the force was the scorching heat that he had absorbed near the 9-yang abyss. After that, he was even more shocked to find that the scorching heat was crazily devouring the flames that were shrouding him and resolving his crisis. This could be said to be a blessing from the heavens. Yan Chutian had never expected that the scorching heat he had absorbed back then would erupt with such an effect that could be said to be able to reverse the situation. However, it was understandable. After all, the two forces belonged to the fire element, and the scorching heat in his body came from the famous Nine-Yang Abyss Forbidden Land. Compared to it, even though his strange physique was equally shocking, it was still somewhat inferior. Back to the topic, although it was almost a coincidence that he had resolved the attack, Yen Chutian would not show it. Moreover, how could he miss such an excellent opportunity to counterattack? Almost at the instant that he landed, Yen Chutian's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. This was the mysterious shadow movement technique. Seeing Yen Chutian's figure suddenly disappear, Zhu Yun finally regained his senses. He recovered from the shock and absent-mindedness. However, how could he possibly avoid Yen Chutian's attack when he regained his senses? Mysterious Yang Force. An ordinary palm force broke through all of Zhu Yun's defenses and directly bombarded his back. Even though Zhu Yun was still on guard, he immediately retreated. However, this force still caused him to stagger in a sorry state. However, this was only the beginning. When the hidden force erupted for the second time in his body, Zhu Yun, who was caught off guard, immediately spat out a mouthful of hot blood and almost fell to the ground in a sorry state. Damn it! Zhu Yun gritted his teeth and shouted. He had never expected that the other party's counterattack would be so fierce. In an instant, Zhu Yun only had the thought of retreating in his mind. However, how could Yen Chutian give him the chance to retreat? Whoosh! The tattered sleeves spread out rapidly. From the sleeves, array bases continuously shot out and merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. After that, Yen Chutian's hand seals changed. Instantly, the power of the array base surged violently and quickly organized the array base. Although this was not a terrifying array base, Yen Chutian had comprehended it for a long time. With his attainments in the array base after inheriting the Great Spirit array base, it was enough to trap Zhu Yun for a while. What Yen Chutian wanted was this short moment. Mysterious shadow! Damn it! Looking at the array base that was rapidly forming around him and trapping him in it, Zhu Yun was shocked and his expression was extremely ugly. He had not expected that the other party was proficient in the array base. Even if it was just a hastily formed array base, it would be enough to trap him for a while. Not to mention, the dangerous aura coming from behind him gave him a huge pressure. Looking at the changing situation on the battlefield, the Dao Yuan Palace Master's expression also turned ugly and stiff. On the other hand, Hu Xian was naturally shocked. Her pair of watery eyes were filled with a deep sense of surprise. She had not expected that Yen Chutian would be able to turn the tide and turn the situation around in such a desperate situation. How strong is this guy who is at level 7 elixir? At the side of the central platform, the two Dao Yuan Palace cultivators were greatly shocked. The situation was clearly in their favor earlier, but it had been turned around in the blink of an eye. At the same time, how could the two Evil Flower Palace cultivators let go of such a good opportunity to attack? Taking advantage of the momentum that Yen Chutian had created, the two Evil Flower Palace cultivators unleashed all of their strength. Perhaps if they really fought, the four of them would be evenly matched and it would take a long time for the victor to be decided. However, how could the two Dao Origin Palace cultivators not reveal any flaws when they were in such a state of unease? Therefore, after a few breaths, the two Dao Yuan Palace cultivators were forced to retreat. One of them was even blasted dozens of feet away. The friction caused a faint trace of blood to appear on the ground. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 440. However, no one was paying attention to the corners of the platform. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the platform. There, a large array was faintly discernible. Within the array, two figures were continuously attacking each other. Mysterious Yang energy. Raising his palm once again, the surging mysterious Yang energy in his body started to circulate crazily. Yen Chutian's eyes were sharp. He would not give his opponent any chance to catch his breath in such a good opportunity. What he had to do now was immediately blast his opponent off the platform. The mysterious yang energy attacked again. Zhu Yun, who had already experienced this terrifying technique, did not want to be affected again. However, when he took a step back, the power of countless arrays entangled him, making it impossible for him to escape. With a vicious gaze, Zhu Yun could only return the attack. At the same time, he circulated his palm to resist. However, at this moment, he was no longer as calm and composed as before, and it was even to the extent that he was blasted back by over 10 m during the collision. This was because he had already been injured previously. Thus, when the two sides clashed, how could he still have the upper hand? Obviously, Zhu Yun had never encountered such a situation before. Thus, when he was forced to retreat, he had an ugly expression on his face. He could not think of any other way. It made sense. In the past, he had always been invincible by relying on the mysterious flame body. It was difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. However, now that he had even used the mysterious flame body, how could he have expected such an outcome? After a series of successful attacks, Yan Chutian once again circulated the familiar four-origin shattered star mark. This time, he would use this spirit technique to end today's battle. There was no need to think too much about the result. No matter how Zhu Yun used the mysterious flame body, he could not do anything to Yan Chutian. In the end, when the power of the star mark, which was enough to shatter stars, descended on his body, he was forced to retreat. No matter how tenacious he was eventually blasted off the platform by this power. As long as he fell off the platform, he would be declared defeated. Zhu Yun fell off the platform. Even though the fierce battle on the platform had yet to end, everyone knew that the Evil Flower Palace had won the battle between the Evil Flower Palace and the Daoyuan Palace. Naturally, the Daoyuan Palace cultivators found this outcome hard to believe. Even though there was not much difference in status between the two parties, everyone knew that the overall strength of Daoyuan Palace was stronger. Furthermore, the Daoyuan Palace masters all had the title of half-general. This was a title that not even Hu Xian possessed. Apart from that, their palace master had also invited a powerful peak elixir cultivator. However, even with so many advantages, their Daoyuan Palace still lost to the Evil Flower Palace today? Who was that unknown level 7 elixir cultivator? How could he unleash such shocking strength with just level 7 elixir? Everyone was shocked. All the fierce battles on the platform were finally coming to an end. The two Daoyuan Palace cultivators, who had no presence at all, were defeated by the Evil Flower Palace cultivators. At the end of the fierce battle, Hu Xian's smile was like a flower. Her pleasant surprise was mixed with a strong sense of excitement. This was because this battle not only announced the glory of the Evil Flower Palace, but also decided the ownership of the profound heavenly jade. The Evil Flower Palace had won, which meant that the profound heavenly jade would belong to her. Even if he had to give 40% to Yan Chutian, it was still better than nothing. It was much better. On the other hand, the Daoyuan Palace master's face was extremely ugly and gloomy. Just as Hu Xian had expected, the Daoyuan Palace had lost. Not only had they lost their glory and hope, but they had also lost the profound heavenly jade. Losing the profound heavenly jade was something that the Daoyuan Palace master could not regret even if he thought that he was stronger than Hu Xian. The deity plane was such a huge force, and naturally had its own rules. If he broke the rules, even if Hu Xian did not do anything, an expert from the deity plane would come and kill him. The deity plane was cruel and ruthless. The Daoyuan Palace master had experienced it firsthand. There had once been a commander who had been immediately killed for breaking the rules. If that was the case for such a person, it was even more so for a small figure like him. Therefore, no matter how unwilling the Daoyuan Palace master was, he did not dare to disobey. He could only look at Hu Xian and Yan Chutian with extreme hatred. This was because he knew that it was this unknown elixir who had suddenly appeared and ruined his plan. Otherwise, the evil flower palace would have been the one to lose, and the profound heavenly jade would have been his. Hu Xian was naturally not afraid of the Dao Yuan Palace master's hateful gaze. She took a step forward and looked arrogantly at the figure at the top of the mountain in the distance. She said coldly, "What's wrong, Dao Yuan Palace master? Are you going back on your word?" The Dao Yuan Palace master did not say anything when he heard Hu Xian's words, which contained a trap. He raised his arm, and a streak of light flew toward Hu Xian and was caught by her. After that, he still did not say anything. He immediately flashed down the mountain. Following closely behind the Dao Yuan Palace master, the other cultivators who were cleaning up the mess also followed. Compared to when they had first arrived, this high-spirited group's morale had dropped by more than 20%. It was a world of difference. At the same time, looking at the Dao Yuan Palace people's morale, the Evil Flower Palace people's morale was high. Normally, they had never achieved such a great victory in front of the Dao Yuan Palace. Instead, they had been oppressed countless times. As their morale soared, the crowd naturally would not forget who the person who made their Evil Flower Palace feel elated was. Among the gazes that looked at Yan Chutian, even if some of the gazes were Yuanying realm cultivators, none of their gazes contained contempt. Hu Xian's beautiful eyes also swept over. She looked at Yan Chutian with satisfaction. At this time, she had already thought of something. How could she miss out on such a talented cultivator? Why not keep him in the Evil Flower Palace? Even if he was forced to swear a soul essence oath, it would prove that he was extraordinary. The more she thought of this, the stronger the thought in Hu Xian's heart. Moreover, if she could really keep him in the Evil Flower Palace, what harm would it be to give him 40% of the profound heavenly jade? However, Hu Xian did not immediately voice her thoughts. She nodded slightly and signaled for the Yuanying practitioner under her to lead the crowd back. However, when everyone followed, she only called out Yan Chutian. Although Yan Chutian did not understand, he still walked out of the crowd and followed Hu Xian's figure. Not long after, the two of them flew through the mountains and slowly landed on a giant peak. Yan Chutian did not understand, but when Hu Xian led him into a hidden stone room behind the giant peak, he finally understood that the profound heavenly jade was here. Looking at the center of the stone room, there was a platform about 5 feet high. At the center of the high platform, there was a crystal that was emitting a gentle light. It was shining brightly like a crystal. This was the profound heavenly jade. The profound heavenly jade was only half the size of a fist, but Yan Chutian knew the value of such a profound heavenly jade. Especially for a Yuanying practitioner, as long as the profound heavenly jade entered the dantian, it could continuously nourish the Yuanying. For a peak Yuanying cultivator like Hu Xian, it was also extremely valuable. This was because when they broke through, the profound heavenly jade could turn into a helping hand. It was extremely useful both before and after the breakthrough. Although the profound heavenly jade was right in front of them, it was not at their fingertips. At the edge of the stone platform, there was a circle of energy ripple that was faintly discernible. If one did not observe carefully, they might not discover anything, but if they sensed it carefully, they would understand. What kind of power did this seemingly faint ripple of energy contain? Even a peak Yuanying cultivator like Hu Xian would not be able to break through it if they tried to force their way through. Instead, they would be injured by the backlash. However, Hu Xian slowly stretched out her hand and opened her palm. 2 shadows flew out at the same time and rushed toward the energy ripple. This energy ripple was set up by her and the Dao Yuan Palace master together. It could only be broken if both of them released their origin energy. Not long ago, before the Dao Yuan Palace master left, he raised his hand and shot one of his origin energy at Hu Xian. When the 2 origin energies appeared at the same time, the energy ripple slowly dissipated. In less than 15 minutes, the energy ripple completely disappeared. When the energy ripple completely disappeared, the profound heavenly jade was finally completely revealed in front of Yan Chutian and Hu Xian. It was also at this moment that Yan Chutian looked at the profound heavenly jade with a burning gaze. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 441. Without any obstruction from the black heavenly treasure jade, Yan Chutian's eyes gradually became fiery as he looked at the treasure right in front of him. Because he knew that this black heavenly treasure jade also had a part of him. He took a risk and fought for Hu Xian just for this part of the black heavenly treasure jade. But just as Yan Chutian looked at the black heavenly treasure jade with a fiery gaze, Hu Xian waved her hand and took it into her arms. Yan Chutian originally thought that Hu Xian would cut open the black heavenly treasure jade on the spot, but he didn't expect that after she put it away, she didn't do so. And just as he was puzzled, Hu Xian finally spoke softly. It's not easy to break down the black heavenly treasure jade. If you do it carelessly, you will also lose its essence. So when I return to the evil flower palace, I will carefully separate it. Hu Xian's words seemed to be reasonable. If Yan Chutian was really an ordinary level 7 elixir cultivator, he would probably be fooled like this. But as one of the top 10 prodigies of the heaven realm in his previous life, how could he not know the characteristics of the black heavenly treasure jade? Indeed, if you cut it carelessly, there was a possibility that its essence would be lost. But this was only for ordinary elixir cultivators or Yuanying practitioners. Yan Chutian didn't believe that a disciple of the god realm like Hu Xian, who was close to the heaven palace stage, wouldn't know about the black heavenly treasure jade. In other words, what she said about returning to the evil flower palace and carefully dividing the black heavenly treasure jade was just to delay. It was like she was purposely using the black heavenly treasure jade to attract him so that he had to return to the evil flower palace. Therefore, Yan Chutian immediately thought of whether or not this woman was planning to do something to her. But on second thought, this was impossible. He had already made a source soul oath. If it was her, if she wanted to harm him, then what else could it be other than courting death? Hu Xian didn't give Yan Chutian too much time to think. After she finished speaking, she led the way and stepped out of the stone room. In a flash, Yan Chutian finally followed Hu Xian's footstep. With the existence of the essence soul oath, he believed that Hu Xian wouldn't be stupid enough to do something that might cause her to die. Secondly, he had to get the mysterious sky jade. Otherwise, wouldn't all the time and effort he had spent be in vain? An hour later, he followed Hu Xian back to the evil flower palace. Now that he had returned to the evil flower palace, even the usually lifeless palace was filled with a joyous atmosphere. However, when Hu Xian descended into the evil flower palace, the joyous atmosphere quickly disappeared and returned to its original state. Return to the main hall first. Half a day later, when night falls, I will hand over 40% of the black heavenly jade to you. Hearing Hu Xian's soft words, even though Yan Chutian doubted the authenticity of her words, he still replied respectfully with a faint smile, "Then this Yan Chutian thanks Mistress Asgard." After returning to the main hall, Yan Chutian did not wait for the night to come. Instead, he quickly sat down cross-legged. While quietly recovering, Yan Chutian also probed the state of her body. Yan Chutian was very clear about how terrifying the great mystic flame body was. Therefore, even if the burning intent in the nine-yang abyss was strange, Yan Chutian could not be sure that the former could be completely restrained. If there were hidden dangers in his body because of this, the result would be very bad. Fortunately, after probing for a while, Yan Chutian opened his eyes and did not have any ugly expression on his face. He did not find any remnant power of the great mystic flame body in his body. He only found that the burning intent seemed to be much stronger than before. It was just like how this scorching heat would absorb the power of similar flames and continuously strengthen itself. After confirming that there weren't any hidden dangers, Yan Chutian started to show concern. he had already started to condense the sixth spirit rune, the opening spirit rune. During the few days of cultivating in the secret realm, Yen Chutian made rapid progress in the condensation of spiritual energy. At the last moment, he had condensed 21 strands of spiritual energy and even started to condense the spiritual rune. However, just like the condensation of the opening spiritual rune, the final condensation of the spiritual rune was the most difficult. Thinking about it, it was not difficult to condense a single strand of spiritual energy, not to mention condensing 21 strands of spiritual energy into one. Looking at the 21 strands of light revolving around each other above his dantian, Yen Chutian gradually fell into deep thought. Now that he thought about it carefully, he suddenly came back to his senses. It seemed that the condensation of the opening spiritual rune this time was much more difficult than before. Although the difficulty of the condensation of spiritual energy did not increase, there was always a sense of fragmentation during the condensation, as if it was extremely difficult to condense them into one. What was going on? After discovering this point, Yen Chutian did not dare to rashly continue to try to condense the spiritual rune. Otherwise, if there was a problem, the collapse of his spiritual energy would be a small matter, but if his foundation was damaged, then it would be a big problem. Therefore, in the following time, Yen Chutian was constantly thinking about what went wrong and why it was different from before. He thought about it for a long time, and when night was about to fall, he suddenly glanced at himself. Yes, he was completely different from his previous life. So could it be that the situation was much more difficult because he had lost the body of spiritual energy? Moreover, Yen Chutian also thought that in this life, he had cultivated the mysterious Yang scripture. The famous method of the heaven realm had brought him too many miracles. So could it be that such a strange change had occurred because of the mysterious Yang scripture? Just as Yen Chutian was thinking, the tightly closed door was finally opened again. Even though the sky was already dark, he could still see that as the door opened, an enchanting figure had already slowly stepped into the hall. This woman was naturally Hu Xian, but she was different from before. At this moment, Hu Xian had actually changed into a thin gauze, and her fair skin was faintly discernible under the gauze. Her towering chest was barely covered, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, as well as a deep ravine between her two plump breasts. If an ordinary man saw this scene, he would probably not be able to control himself and would be mesmerized. However, Yen Chutian was very clear about this. At the same time, he was even more puzzled as to why Hu Xian would dress up like this in front of him. However, Hu Xian obviously wouldn't give him an explanation. She slowly walked to the former's side and gently bent down, causing the fullness of her chest to become even more apparent in front of Yen Chutian. Her jade-like hand had already taken out a jade box. Immediately after, she used an extremely seductive tone and exhaled, "You! Which one do you want?" Hearing this, Yen Chutian was expressionless as he grabbed the jade box from Hu Xian's hand. Seeing this, Hu Xian didn't fight for it and allowed Yen Chutian to take the jade box. However, after Yen Chutian opened the jade box, she smiled coquettishly and said softly, "So, you want this from me?" Looking at the woman's undergarments in the jade box, Yen Chutian was still expressionless as he slowly said, "Palace Master, are you going back on your word? You really don't understand romance, only thinking about the black heavenly treasure jade." Hu Xian coquettishly rolled her eyes at Yen Chutian. Then, she slowly stretched out her hand, and there was a small piece of glowing crystal in her palm. This crystal was the black heavenly treasure jade. Yen Chutian immediately grabbed the black heavenly treasure jade and carefully kept it in his arms. Although he hadn't reached the yuanying stage, it didn't mean that he couldn't use the black heavenly treasure jade. As long as he kept it in his energy center and used it to nourish his elixir, although the effects wouldn't be obvious, he might be able to use the black heavenly treasure jade to nourish the embryonic form of yuanying. If he could nourish the embryonic form of yuanying in the elixir stage, then Yen Chutian would really be invincible in the elixir stage. In fact, he might even be able to fight against a real Yuanying stage cultivator. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he wouldn't have to worry about being easily crushed by them. All in all, the value of this portion of the Black Heavenly Treasure Jade was completely worth all the effort that Yen Chutian had put in. Humph, you only have eyes for the Black Heavenly Treasure Jade. I spent a lot of effort to separate it. At the same time, Hu Xian's coquettish voice sounded again. Her seductive voice, coupled with her extremely seductive figure and face, made it hard for any man to reject her. However, Yen Chutian was still unmoved by this. He only smiled symbolically at Hu Xian and continued, "Palace Master, if you're tired, my concubines will share your burdens. As for the 2 concubines who dared to lay their hands on you have already been killed by me." Hu Xian's gentle voice sounded as if she had just killed 2 people, as if she had just killed 2 chickens. Chapter 442. Hearing Hu Xian's extremely calm words, although Yen Chutian's expression remained calm, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He didn't care about the life and death of the 2 male pets who gave up all their dignity to curry favor with Hu Xian. He just suddenly understood once again that this Hu Xian was Hu Xian after all. She was temperamental and killing people was her true nature. At the same time, when Hu Xian felt that the man beside her didn't seem to have the reaction she wanted, she couldn't help but narrow her eyes. She couldn't understand why the other party was still indifferent when she had clearly expressed herself so straightforwardly. With that thought in mind, Hu Xian no longer hesitated. Whether it was the aura of the other party that was extremely similar to that man's, or the astonishing talent that he displayed, it was worth it for her to do so. Hu Xian's jade-like hands moved slightly as one of them reached towards her back and slowly untied the thin ribbon. Her other hand had already reached towards the lower part of Yen Chutian's body. She firmly believed in her own charm. Moreover, she had lowered herself so much that she believed that no man would be able to resist her. And as long as there was that one time, she was even more confident that there would be a second time, a third time, and even more. At that time, the other party would still be obediently loyal to him. However, Hu Xian would never have thought that even though she had already revealed such a seductive and explicit action, Yen Chutian would still push her fiercely, causing her to be caught off guard and immediately fall down in a sorry state. After a moment of absent-mindedness, she slowly raised her head with a gloomy face. However, just as she raised her gloomy face, Yen Chutian's mocking words slowly sounded. "Heh! Hu Xian, I'm not one of those things for you to play with." Hearing these unfamiliar yet familiar words, Hu Xian was once again absent-minded. In an instant, her thoughts drifted back to the time when she saw that man. Back then, she had also seduced him like this, but the result was the same as now. The other party had thrown her away with disdain and left behind a similar sentence. However, it was also because of this that the absent-minded Hu Xian was filled with anger. Why did that guy dare to look down on her? She was so beautiful, how could she not be worthy of him? After regaining her senses, Hu Xian coldly looked at Yen Chutian in front of her and said coldly, "Haha, who do you think you are? Very well, since you are so disdainful, I will trap you in the evil flower palace forever. If you want to leave, then serve me well. Only when I am satisfied will you have the chance to leave." After she finished speaking, she casually took out a large robe and put it on. Then, she turned around and walked out of the hall with a cold expression. She wanted to see what kind of attitude this fellow would use to serve her when the time came, even though he was so disdainful of her. Looking at Hu Xian's departing figure, Yen Chutian was not worried at all. Hu Xian thought that she could trap him because of the locking array in the evil flower palace. However, he had long since grasped the veins of the locking formation. Therefore, as long as he wanted to, he could leave the evil flower palace at any time. Just now, he had obtained the Black Heavenly Treasure Jade, so if he didn't leave now, when would he leave? Therefore, almost as soon as Hu Xian left, A ghost-like figure appeared from the main hall in the dark night and quietly merged into the surrounding darkness. After leaving the hall, Hu Xian's expression was still gloomy. She never would have thought that guy would dare to refuse her. Who did he think he was? After entering another large hall, Hu Xian looked at the male pet who immediately approached her with a smile on his face. For some reason, the scene of her being ridiculed and rejected by Yan Chutian appeared in her mind. As such, looking at the handsome male pet, she immediately felt a strong sense of disgust. Even though Hu Xian knew that this was her inner demon, she could not control the intense feeling of disgust. When the male pet came close, she could not help but slap him, sending him flying. He crashed to the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. After doing all this, Hu Xian was not interested in looking at the male pet's condition. Instead, she raised her hand and called in her servants and gave orders. Keep an eye on that hall. No one is allowed to enter, and no one is allowed to leave. Yes. The servant bowed and replied, and then her delicate body slowly disappeared from the hall. After doing all this, Hu Xian's anger was slightly alleviated. She ordered people to carry out the unconscious male pet, and then she waved her hand and slowly took out the black heavenly treasure jade. After that, she sank into cultivation. Since she had obtained the black heavenly treasure jade, she naturally could not waste time. She had to quickly absorb it into her dantian to nourish her yuanying. Only when the sun rose did Hu Xian slowly stop cultivating. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on her beautiful face. The black heavenly treasure jade had already been absorbed into her body, and just by absorbing it into her dantian, Hu Xian felt great benefit. It was not difficult for her to know that with this black heavenly treasure jade, she was close to breaking through to the heavenly palace stage. Then, thinking of Yan Chutian, she was no longer as angry as she was yesterday. Thinking about it carefully, she knew that it was because she had not made everything clear. Today, she could make it clear that if he agreed, she could give him a status and power that was second only to her in the Evil Flower Palace. Moreover, she could also agree to abolish all of her male pets to satisfy his possessiveness. She believed that since she had gone this far, the other party would not be so indifferent. However, Hu Xian would never have thought that Yan Chutian had already escaped from the Evil Flower Palace and was in the depths of a mountain range. He was quietly refining the black heavenly treasure jade in a cave. Even though Yan Chutian knew the effects of the black heavenly treasure jade, it was extremely difficult to refine. After all, he could not even step into the yuanying stage. In the eyes of many people, he did not even have the right to use the black heavenly treasure jade. Luckily, after spending half a day, he was finally able to carefully refine the black heavenly treasure jade into his body and let it float under the elixir. The moment the black heavenly treasure jade entered his body, Yan Chutian could feel that there were threads of warmth that continuously spread out and nourished his elixir. This scene made Yan Chutian understand that he had not wasted the time that he had spent for so long. With the nourishment of the black heavenly treasure jade, not only could his cultivation rapidly increase, he might even be able to nurture the embryonic form of the yuanying and use the power of qi. If he could really reach that step, why would he need to fear a yuanying practitioner? However, before Yan Chutian could feel any joy, he suddenly felt that under the nourishment of the black heavenly treasure jade, there were threads of pure spiritual energy that floated above his dantian and gradually gathered. This scene made Yan Chutian, who had extremely sharp senses, suddenly realize something as his face turned pale with fright. Could it be that he could still condense the 22nd strand of spiritual energy? At the same time, Yan Chutian immediately thought, could it be that his spiritual energy could not be condensed into spiritual runes because the amount of spiritual energy he had condensed was not enough? In short, no matter what the reason was, Yan Chutian had no choice but to try. As Yan Chutian continued to try to condense his spiritual energy, in the depths of the Evil Flower Palace, Hu Xian's face, which had recovered much of its smile, was now unprecedentedly cold and angry. Looking at the empty hall in front of her, it would be a problem if Hu Xian didn't feel this way. How could she have thought that under the tight security and locking formation of the evil flower palace, that guy would be able to escape without a trace? Such a big living person disappeared. Are you all trash? Hearing Hu Xian's fierce and angry voice, the servants and guards all kept quiet out of fear. Like Hu Xian, they did not think that the other party would be able to escape without a trace under the locking formation. Could it be that his aura of origin was also imprinted on the locking formation? But that was impossible. Without the permission of the palace lord, the aura of origin could not be imprinted. A bunch of trash. Hurry up and find him. Following her previous shout, Hu Xian angrily shouted again. Then she immediately mastered the locking formation and searched every corner of the evil flower palace. At the same time, she suddenly thought of a possibility. That Yan Chu was also proficient in formations. Could it be that he had secretly mastered the network of the formation and used it to escape without a trace? Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website.